Yo, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be doing some more of the Miotsukushi Ura playthrough. Now today's going to be really fucking cool because we're going to actually see, you know, what the hell's going to happen with Tomoe and Rena. And yeah, I'm really quite excited just to see, you know, all of the... I don't know. I mean, obviously there's the dark music, but like I'm really quite excited to see firstly what's going to be talked about, secondly like what I don't know, because Rena obviously she really has changed, and I wonder how you know, her knowledge is potentially going to have relevance to Tomoe. I just genuinely wonder what's going to happen. I mean, yeah, I'm really quite excited to play today. I mean, yeah, I'm finally on half term, so I'm in an ideal world. I'm going to be able to play for longer, play a little bit more content than I normally would, but I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I don't really want to, you know, because sometimes I will play for 5 hours. No stretch, but yeah. Sometimes I'm just really not up for it, so yeah, see what happens. Right. Yep, you know shit is going to be real when somebody is starting and they're not even having words to say, they're just that speechless. Oh, yep, even more so. This is a little bit scary. In this dark corner of the park, draped in the only curtain of light coming from the street lights. Oh god. Tomoe suddenly adjusted her posture to look face to face with Rena. The girl stood up from the bench with an expression so distraught it was plain to see in the dark. God. Oh my god, and looked at Tomoe with her jaw clenched tight. Oh, I actually forgot that, you know, she said that she was from Ibaraki. Oh, that's understandable. And especially after meeting Nagisa. Holy shit, and then she's probably thinking that, you know, Nagisa going missing could potentially have some connection to her. Yeah, that is tough. A detective from Ibaraki Prefecture. Yes, that's right. Maybe I forgot to mention that when we met at the phone booth. What are you talking about? What? Rena has never met you before. Oh, really now? Looking at Reina's face, Tomoe snorted and shrugged her shoulder. Yeah, I mean, she literally, in Tomoe's head at least, she literally tried to kill her. What? To hear her so completely deny it after leaving such a strong impression wasn't just brazen, it was aggravating. Yeah, and it definitely poses mysteries of whether... Oh god, I thought my earphones had died for a second. But it really poses a mystery on why she lies. I mean, she doesn't really sound like she's lying from what I've heard. Or maybe it could just potentially be something that, you know, she's done and she's regretted. Who knows? What's more, the fact she could remain so calm while lying was far beyond her years and not like an innocent child at all. Or maybe she is genuinely telling the truth. Is she pretending it never happened? Fine. Even if that's the case, I'll peel back her layers. It's such a weird phrase, but I understand what she means, yeah. Tomoe set aside the discomfort in her heart and carefully focused on Reina's mannerisms as she stood there quietly. She was too slow to react last year, but now that she knew her opponent was capable of behaving aggressively, she had no intention of repeating the same mistake. Oh yeah, fair enough, yeah. For that reason, she was willing to set aside dignity as a police officer and pin her down if things got a little rough. Oh yeah, understandable, yeah, because, I mean, from Tomoe's point of view, Reina has literally tried to kill her. I mean, that justifies everything. She is dealing with a threat. Well, let's put that aside. That said, I'm not a total stranger. Oh, interesting. Didn't realise that. Why is that gonna put anything but, I don't know, just threat into her mind? Well, let's just put that aside. That said, I'm not a total stranger. The juvenile division officer who interrogated you was actually a friend of mine, and I've heard a lot of stories. Yeah, of course she's heard a lot of stories. She's very intimidated by that. Yes, she knows a lot about her. Oh god, yeah, she's really stressed, obviously just because of the fact that somebody knows. I mean, that is bad enough. But Reina grabbed the ribbon on her chest and squeezed it hard enough to let out an audible Jesus. Yeah, I mean, if that ribbon's like around there, it's probably squeezing on it so hard that You know, she's actually suffocating on her neck. Fucking hell. And squeezed it hard enough to let out an audible squeak while cautiously gazing at Tomoe. Yeah, so how can somebody that visibly shows obvious signs when they're uncomfortable lie so well? To be fair, a really, really good lie could actually do that. I don't know though. Seeing that, Tomoe casually relaxed the left side of her jacket, ready to immediately pull the extendable baton from her inner pocket depending on Dana's reaction. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you won't take me by surprise this time. Plus, even if she had tried to flee, Tomoe could apprehend her in the grounds of trying to guide a girl loitering around outside in the middle of the night. And justify her actions that way. Oh, interesting. Tomoe remained on full alert and wouldn't let her advantageous position go to waste. Oh, yeah, definitely not. Yeah. Oh, that's actually really quite interesting. So Tomoe's going to make it look like, I don't know, just some sort of trouble girl in the middle of the night. She's been able to guide her, but yeah. Don't really understand how that would justify pinning her down, but yeah. Do you want someone? Interesting. Let me turn it around and ask you the same thing. You live all the way in Hinamizawa, so what business do you have here in Kakiuchi? Oh god, the fact that, you know, she knows where Nena lives, that must be so creepy for her. Nena turned back with a sharp glare while suddenly catching her breath and solidifying herself. That stern reaction was far different from how schoolchildren are raised to react. It was far more intimidating than words, enough to make you forget you were dealing with another girl. Interesting, that. Is something wrong? How about this? If I answer your question first, will you answer mine? Yeah, that is actually true though. Then I just came here to see a friend. Stopped at this park on the way back. I see. Yeah, she wasn't doing drugs or any dirty business like that. Oh god. The saddest thing is she's hit the nail right on the head. I see a friend from yours, Ibaraki. I wonder if you're referring to Ozaki Nagisa. She must just be so surprised. The fact that she's actually guessed it. Yeah, now completely understanding everything. Huge globs of sweat began pouring out of Nena's entire body all at once. Oh, interesting. Now she's probably thinking, why are you visiting a friend, Ozaki Nagisa, who is dead? Yeah, maybe then I was thinking that as a result of her being questioned, something has happened to her. This detective named Mina wasn't simply asking her questions, she was verifying the information she already knew. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Ah, was she following me? For how long? I mean, that is understandable that she thinks that, yeah. She went from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya, then took a bus to Kakiuchi. She, was thinking about Nagisa the whole time, so she never noticed she was being followed. Oh, that's awful, yeah. Interesting. No, but the only thing is, the first time she was being followed was at that, you know, the bus, the petrol station, where I remember in Kageboshi, they went up to a hill and they discovered fucking arson had happened somewhere near there. And what's more, based on her responses, it was clear she'd be following her well before she came to the park. Oh yeah. But why on earth would someone follow her? It's because you maybe tried to kill them, or did she? Could it potentially have been, you know, a state of paranoia and, you know, just a really bad mental state? I don't know. Even though she only left Hinamizawa to meet up with Nagisa, why would somebody be keeping watch of her like this? I mean, it could either be a complete pedo, or it could be, you know, let's obviously be real, the more rational thing, the fact that she is suspicious. To be honest, Tomoe is kind of desperate as well. They really need to find somebody that's potentially, you know, involved. I'm gonna turn the music up a little. Oh yeah, fair enough, yeah. So what on earth was this detective questioning her about? Oh my god. Can you imagine? I'm gonna be honest, I think when then Lee finds out that, you know, Nagisa has died, that's gonna be when Tomoe truly gets a picture of just, you know, her true intent. Do you have business with Ozaki-san? Yeah, no, I agree. Not really, nothing that would concern a detective. It's getting really late, so can I go home now? Yeah, I find it really quite interesting that the second Ibaraki is mentioned, you know, she just gets totally angry, you know, doesn't have any of the usual sort of kindness you would have to another individual. Oh, please wait. Yeah, oh my god, you can just see the command in her voice, fucking hell. Oh god, after trying to leave, Tomoe quickly grabbed Reina by the arm to stop the god. Reina instinctively tried to shake it off, but moaned while turning to her with a look of agony on her face. Oh god, yeah, she must have really gripped it hard. Her wristband was lightly bent inwards. Jesus. Fucking hell. If she showed any signs of resistance, she could easily be suppressed in a single blow. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. This lady is serious. A horrifying fright rose up inside her, but Reina suppressed the trembling in her voice and finally said, "Please let go." However, Tomoe maintained her stern expression and continued speaking. Oh yeah, yeah. That's actually really quite surprising. What if... I mean, to be fair, if people are, you know, minors and they are loitering around on their own, it is kind of odd, but like, yeah. But what if, for example, they're, I don't know, going around to a friend's house and then they're just, I don't know, leaving late and then they need to do that. But at the same time, the police don't know that. They could potentially think that, you know, they're a drug lord or something like that. I don't know. Considering the time and circumstances of this town, it wouldn't be unreasonable. Yeah. Huh? Gosh, she really is evil. She is just using all of her power for, you know, obviously, as much advantage as possible. And let me just tell you, if you try to fight back here, you could be adding obstruction of government duties to the mix. For your sake, I suggest you quietly comply. The light in Reina's eyes was shaking violently and oh god, yeah, when Tomoe was able to see that in the dim light, she suddenly frowned in discomfort. When she made that sort of proclamation with young people in the past, there were two main types of reactions. The first is the first is to become hostile, to show intense emotions like a beast bearing its fangs. Yeah, god, that is a... Yeah, this is the general attitude one shows when they realise they're in an inferior position, and the fear and anxiety visible in the back of their eyes is clear proof of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, so I'm assuming that could potentially be, you know, a really quite disappointing one, especially because then I literally tried to do the first one in a very extreme manner. beforehand, and the second is to become entirely expressionless, as if completely frozen, but also to act, but also completely observant of the movements around you, waiting for a chance to act without hesitation. Oh, interesting. So she thinks that, you know, she is still plotting something, which I don't think she is. No way. The latter of which is far more cunning and harder to deal with. Yeah, they lose perception of evil in their own situation, and they abandon any feelings of guilt. So they're at an elevated risk of violently running out. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. So, yeah, whenever you're in a really quite scary situation, and a police situation, you know, just... That's really quite interesting. I mean, this is really the extreme, like, you know, them completely forgetting about the threat that the police are actually posing, and obviously, you know, abandoning guilt because of their fear and anxiety, I suppose. And as a result, potentially taking it out on other people. Even now, Tomoe still suspected that Ryugu Reina has some involvement in Ozaki Nagi-san and someone with our core hairs incidents. Now that's really interesting that she actually says that, because no, it's not true whatsoever. I mean, to be honest, she just really has a grudge on Lena. I mean, obviously she has no reason why she shouldn't, but at the same time, it's just so wrong. Of course, she didn't think that Reina was the culprit. Yeah, good. But she felt that there was somebody working behind her, whether it was the Sonozaki family, like Oishi says, or some sort of medical personnel. That's a little bit ironic, that. Or something else. Yeah, but oh, if only you went on this idea. It's possible that those people were acting behind the scenes, and when Reina entered this park, they were planning to make contact with her. She couldn't help but speculate. Well, that's such an interesting theory, but no. When Tomoe realises that she's actually just trying to find her friend. Thus, in her point of view, Ryugu Reina should have something to show in this provocation. She doesn't though! And once Tomoe saw those signs, she intended to take her into custody, no questions asked. Oh, that's interesting. So she's, you know, getting all the information she can out of her here, and then, you know, waiting for her to sleep. Boom, take her into custody, get even more information. That really highlights the desperation she has to solve this case. I mean, she would never normally be this brutal, but the thing is, I'm actually really quite surprised, but she is so mean. But even in this darkness, the dim light from the streetlights reveal fear and anxiety on Reina's face even. Yeah, definitely. Moreover, she couldn't detect any of the violent murderous intent she witnessed before, which left Tomoe baffled. Yeah, now that's interesting. To be fair, this would be a really bad time for Hinamizawa syndrome to actually develop, because this is a different place. This is not Hinamizawa. It's more likely for it to potentially happen. I hope this stress doesn't induce it. That would be really bad. Is this girl really that Ryugu Reina? And Tomoe squinted her eyes while dubiously looking at Reina. She expected total resistance. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just really quite odd seeing a person that has tried to kill you, and then, you know, when you interrogate them, it's really behaving the opposite to how you would have expected. Yeah, but this was completely different from the image of her from Tomoe's memories. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, people can change a lot in a year, but at the same time, like, I suppose core personality would remain, core instinct as well, but no, hasn't whatsoever. She gently stroked her neck with her still bandaged hand. Oh god, that's because of Natsumi, yeah. Yeah, Tomoe definitely was assaulted by her and strangled at the phone booth in Hinamizawa half a year ago. Yeah. And I mean, she's not going to deny her, you know, eyes and feelings because she genuinely did it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's really interesting. No, especially because of her laugh. God, die, you idiot. Jesus, she sounds broken. I'm not even joking. Oh my god. So, I completely forgot about the fact that she literally heard her insane laughter. Okay, if I saw somebody that, you know, is basically to the point of insanity while killing you, to see them this changed to the next year is fucking weird. Though she was surprised at the time, she was truly prepared for death. Oh yeah. Yeah, she could latch out any moment. And yeah, obviously she would have, you know, she would have the reason to. And in her rapidly fading consciousness, the girl's visage was so frightening and cruel. She looked like a man-eating monster with the blood of demons flowing through her, just as what she said. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think Tomoe was so scared at this point that, you know, let's just say she let her detective intuition slide. And after that, on the night when she went out to eat with her, little sister Madoka, she saw Reina at the scene when their car exploded. Yeah, I don't think that was the case, actually. I don't think it was. Or maybe she committed arson and, you know, they completely forgot about it. So Tomoe is actually being really quite realistic here. You know, any other police officer would arrest her the second they saw her. Tomoe still had some lingering doubts about how she'd been able to cause a car to explode. But since she was there, it was hard to say she was irrelevant. Yeah. And yet, the Yugu Reina standing right in front of her was a completely ordinary girl. Yeah, easily. Which of them is the real Yugu Reina? Tomoe remained alert to her surroundings while keeping her eyes fixed on Reina. Oh yeah, fair, yeah. She couldn't see any other people nearby or sense any signs of anyone else approaching. In the worst case scenario, she was prepared to be attacked by the girl's contact. When she first called out to her. But now she was starting to feel a bit let down. That's actually really quite interesting. So she was thinking, you know, the second she called out Nena's name, boom, attack. Yeah, she really thought of Nena as a complete delinquent, whereas we know her as, you know, one of the nicest girls in Hinamizawa. It's just really quite nice. Oh, I mean, obviously not in Sumihoroboshi. I mean, to be honest, she is a nice person. Just bad things happen to her, which of course they're not to be a nice person. Yeah, there is nobody coming. No way. Anyway, would you mind coming down to the station? I need to contact your parents too. Yeah, but what? It is actually really quite odd. You just see somebody, you know, walking around in the middle of the night, and then you need to pull them to the station and then contact their parents. I mean, it is weird, yeah. But what? Yeah, she doesn't have any recollection of it, but she has, yeah. But Nena hasn't done anything wrong. Oh, I already spoke to my dad about it and I was planning to head straight home. Yeah, but that's where it's different. Oh, but the only thing is if, you know, Tomoe talks to Leno about something that she doesn't even have any recollection of herself, then, you know, that could potentially be seen as police corruption. Like, a police officer making up a story that's not even true. Just to get somebody into a shitty situation. Oh, arbitrarily decide. You can't say there's no basis for that. Doesn't matter if you're a child or an adult when you have a criminal record. Yeah, for an ordinary child in this situation, I simply tell them to be careful. Interesting. Any police officer who knows your past would almost certainly take it into consideration. She is still being really harsh, but at the same time, that is fair enough. I mean, if you see somebody that has literally murdered people in a school, well, not murdered people, well, led to Kohe's murder, I suppose, because obviously without her having violently injured him, so much so that he was in a hospital for like 6 months, yeah, he wouldn't have been killed by Hidanuma. God, that's so surprising. So, you see somebody... in which case, maybe we shouldn't just contact your parents, but also your current school? Be mindful of your carelessness. Yeah, God, that is like a total slap. Fucking hell. Yeah, it is a harsh thing to say. Yeah, though she realised it was a harsh thing to say, Tomoe said it anyway in an attempt to shake Lena up. I mean, my God, Tomoe is being a total arsehole here. But at the same time, it is fair enough that she is being. She's just trying to get anything from Lena. Yeah. If she was actually up to no good, this is the point where she turned defiant or begin acting violently. That way, her passion would give her a glimpse of her real intentions, regardless of how she tried to portray herself. Ooh, she's going to be very disappointed. But what if that wasn't the case? Perhaps she was doing the most heinous thing a former youth division officer could ever do. Yeah, exactly. To think that, you know, you have a person that is so disturbed that they firstly have a criminal record, and secondly that, you know, they've tried to kill you, and yet, you know, you're just trying to make it even worse, and you're trying to actually provoke them into doing something as opposed to saving them. In that way, her suspicion turned into self-questioning and then self-loathing, but just then... Shite. Huh? Oh, どうして?
どうして警察の人はレナのことそんな風に悪く言い続けるんですか?
Why do police officers keep talking bad about Lena like that?
これでもレナは私はいっぱい反省して後悔して生まれ変わろうと
God, that's
やり直そうと思っているんです。
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the police officers, obviously, they don't know that she has tried to, you know, completely change her life around. But the thing is, obviously, they've, you know, they don't really know her. They just know the objective fact. Yeah, despite everything she did, Lena I have a lot of regrets. And I'm trying to start over, to be reborn. Yeah.
前に壊した幸せは取り戻すことなんてできないけど、だったら違う幸せを見つけよう。そして今度こそ大事にしていこうと一生懸命に頑張っているつもりなんです。
Well, I couldn't agree more, yeah. The happiness I destroyed before can never be regained, but in that case, I've been trying my best to find new happiness and cherish it this time. Yeah.
なのに、どうして警察の人はそれを分かってくれないんですか?
Yeah, why can't you police officers understand that? Well...
それは...
Yeah, I wonder if Tomoe is actually going to say her reasoning.
それとも、まだ足りないんですか?
Or is that still not enough?
反省して罪を償っているように見てもらえないんですか?
Kind of see I'm feeling remorse in the tone of my sin.
だったら私はどんな罰を受ければ納得してもらえるんですか?
Then what kind of punishment must I endure before you'll understand?
それとも私にはもう
Oh God.
幸せになる権利なんてないんですか?
Yeah, it's really quite interesting what Lena's actually saying. You know, just the fact that you know, the police officers, they never listen. And they never sort of follow the fact that, you know, she is trying to really improve her life. And, you know, she has done. But, yeah, at the same time... Yeah. Then what kind of punishment? I don't know. Ah, yeah, she has no words. Because the thing is, obviously, when she reveals her true intent, it's not anything like Tomoe has thought. Rena's accusations had Tomoe at a lot of words. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And if anything, she is a youth division officer, so even though she has so many suspicions towards her, yeah, she should really let her specialty shine. Yeah, there was no anger or aggression in her voice. In fact, all that there was, yeah, exactly. All there was the sound of one being torn apart by a group. Yeah, God, I mean, that must be really quite hard, to be honest. Like, you know, you're just trying so hard to, you know, completely turn your life around. But at the same time, like, because of what you've objectively done, your efforts are just rendered meaningless when you sort of, you know, come near a police officer, for example. Regret for her sins, sorry for her past, and a sense of loss. Yeah.
分かっています。
I already understand.
私が傷つけた友達、迷惑をかけてしまった人たちは、もっともっと苦しんで悲しい思いをしているんだって。
I already understand. The friends I hurt and the people I caused trouble for are suffering and sadder than I ever could be.
自分でめちゃめちゃにしておいて、知らん顔で逃げてきてしまったことは、卑怯で恥知らずな最低の行為だって。
God, you can really just see how much fucking regret she has. Yeah, I mean, I really understand what she says. Yeah, it's a cowardly, shameless, despicable act to make a mess of things and then run away like you had nothing to do with it. Yeah.
今さら謝っても、もう遅い。
Yeah. Even if I apologize now, it's already too
誰も
late.
許してくれない。
Yeah, nobody will forgive
そして
me.
何かあったら真っ先に疑われる。
And if something happens, I'll be the first I suspect. Yeah, that's awful as
どんな
well.
に言い訳しても、簡単には信じてもらえない。
No matter what excuses I make, they won't believe me that easily.
リュウグウさん。
Yugu-san.
でもだったら私はどうすればいいんですか？
But if that's the case, what am I supposed to do?
私が壊したガラスのように粉々になればいいんですか？
Oh God. Fall to the pieces like the glass I
私が
shattered.
ひどいことをした友達と同じ傷を負えば納得してもらえるんですか？
God. Yeah, if I suffered the same wounds as the friends I hurt, would that be enough to satisfy everybody?
それならなんでそうしてくれなかったんですか？
In that case, why didn't you do it?
私これでも犯した罪と同じ罰を受けるつもりでいたのに。
Even though I should have received the same punishment for the crimes I commit.
なんで
It's interesting that. God, yeah, I mean, obviously I knew that she had regret and never really wanted to look on the matter again, but fucking hell, I didn't realise she had guilt that's this bad for it. I mean, honestly, understandable. A person as nice as that could never do something like this and, you know, obviously not feel bad about it at all. God, that's awful though, to think that, you know, she really just doesn't have this trust because of everything that she's done beforehand. I mean, yeah, just thinking that nobody's ever going to be able to believe her, nobody's ever going to, you know, be able to do anything but suspect her of stuff. Yeah, interesting that. So she really thinks she should have, you know, it's shameful of her to have ran off, said nothing, stuff like that. And, you know, why hasn't she received the punishment for her crimes? Oh, yeah, understandable, yeah. She's really upset, yeah. Reina's voice was gradually getting lower, heavier, and more murky. Yeah, murky. Weird way to describe a voice, but yeah. Understandable, yeah. Her eyes had been previously staring intently at Tomoe, but now were gazing downward. And then, when the sniffling soreness in her throat reached her ears, oh god, yeah. Yeah, she looked up with tears overflowing from her dark eyes. Oh, poor her. Well, I think Tomoe's definitely gained everything she needs to. As soon as Tomoe released her hand, Reina collapsed on the spot. Jesus. Oh, God, yeah. Sobbing with her hands over her face. Understandable, yeah. Yeah, I really think she should make it up. And I mean, it really must be quite weird, you know, somebody that's fucking insane that, you know, has tried to kill you. It must be weird, but at the same time, she needs to. It's very, very, very weird that, you know, Lena doesn't actually remember any of this. I wonder why. Looking down at her like that, Tomoe felt intense regret and reproach after realising she had made such a tremendous misunderstanding and mistake all this time. Yeah, since the girl had attacked her, she thought her heartless. She thought of her as the girl who tried to bomb her car. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is fair enough. If somebody bombs your car, you're not going to expect them to be a good person, yeah. So she couldn't view her appropriately as a girl of her age. But that's not right. That wasn't the case. Yugi Ueno, she too was still suffering from her past. Yeah, interesting that she says too, because obviously Tomoe really is as well. She hasn't done anything, but, you know, she's lost her parents, yeah. Always thinking of this since she committed the irreversible mistakes she made, and yeah, oh my god, yeah. And constantly feeling a sense of guilt over the fact that she never received the punishment she deserved. Yeah, it is really quite interesting that, but at the same time, I think this really gives her an encouragement to live the life to the fullest. Like, you don't have the punishment, you haven't been punished, so as a result, you know, should live it to the fullest, yeah. God, it's just such a bad mistake Tomoe has actually made, though. God, so awful, though, you know, just that failure to be understood, even though you're trying your absolute hardest, and also just, you know, obviously the fact that she never got punished, and, you know, obviously the scars of those incidents still remain. You can never do something, you can never be a good person and do something like that, you know, just to not have regret for it. I mean, my God. Based on what Oishi said, she had a bright, cheerful demeanour when she was spending time, with her classmates, but on the other hand, she also had very unusual hobbies. Yeah, but at the same time, that doesn't mean she is a complete delinquent, yeah. At first glance, those two notions seem completely contradictory, but tracing them back, they both originated from the same general ideas. Repenting for her past. Focusing on the present. Yeah, and anxiety about the future. Yeah, and I mean, that would definitely, you know, that's definitely illustrated in, for example, her, you know, junkyard, the hideout she's actually made. You know, just, she can go there whenever she's really quite scared about what's going to happen in the future, I suppose. Yu-Yu-san. If you're unable to bear the pain... Oh, I didn't hear her breathing. I thought that was just... I didn't even think she was saying anything there. I was really quite surprised. If you're unable to bear the pain and suffering of your wounds, is it cowardly to look away? Is it unfair? Tomoe had no right to say one way or the other. Yeah, understandable. I mean, obviously she has endured her fair share of things, but she's never endured this. Yeah, and if that's the case, then...
あの子が憎いとか悔しいって気持ちはすごくあるけど、でもやっぱりあの子のことを信じてあげたい。
I still hate her and resent what she did. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. But in the end, I still want to believe in her. Yeah, and I mean that is so nice for her to be able to do so. But at the same time, it's interesting that she's now realizing, unbearable guilt from her.
そして今度こそ私は自分にできることをしたい。
And this time, I want to do everything I can.
言い合ってぶつけ合って最後はあの子を許してあげたい。
Talk to her, talk to each other, argue with each other, and I want to finally forgive her. Oh my god, yeah, it's interesting that. I mean, obviously, even if Nagisa had actually forgave her for the incident, you really think then I won't be able to forgive herself internally.
それが
So I truly feel.
私の本心です。ごめんなさい。
Yeah, I think it's really good that she's taking the right path. Yeah, I'm sorry. Huh?
カッとなってひどいことを言い過ぎた。
Yeah, I hope that Tomoe is actually going to try and, help Nena, because she's really quite troubled. I mean, if you've done something this bad and then you can't ever, let go. I think what's even more awful is the fact that, it barely was her fault. Like, Hinamizawa syndrome, secondly, the pharmaceutical stuff, and thirdly, like, all the circumstances that were happening in her life. I mean, it was a state that, was a fucking horrible mental state that, she wasn't really at the most fault for. So she's done something that was motivated by something that was barely her fault, basically. I got carried away and said things I shouldn't have.
十分に罰を受けたのに。それに追い打ちをかけるようなことをしてしまった。
Yeah, you've already endured enough punishment. There was no need for me to keep tearing you down like that.
ごめんなさい。
Yeah, I'm really sorry. After saying that, Tomoe released all her tension, then walked over to Dana and knelt down to gently hand her a handkerchief. Yeah, nice one. She just stared at it. Oh, God. Yeah, but eventually she quietly grabbed it and wiped away her... Oh, God, that's horrible. Yeah, that really, really shows just how much she's feeling... God.
尾崎渚さんに会いに来た。
Oh my fucking god. If she's this upset and then she's going to bear the news. You came to see Ozaki Nagisa-san, right? Yes. Oh god. Oh my god. Isn't it just awful knowing, obviously what Tomoe knows. Oh, she's in such a state of grief. I hope she waits. I hope she gives her time. God. Yeah, Dana's head was turned down and she was choking back sobs as she lightly nodded to Tomoe. Seeing her up close, her body looked very innocent and right. There was no trace of the criminal from the assault incident who sent several students to the hospital. She was a completely ordinary girl. That's actually really quite interesting. I mean, I wonder what she would have actually defined, you know, just a typical body of a criminal as. Oh, her body language, of course, not like the shape of the body. Yeah, but this is actually body shape, but I suppose body language as well. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, there was a non-zero chance that this was all camouflage and that her real intentions were far darker. Yeah, but it is like 0.0. I don't know, 1 to the power of 10 minus 100. Nevertheless, Tomoe couldn't imagine a girl, and that a girl exuding such heartfelt sentiment could be so shrewd. Yeah, definitely, yeah. No, maybe she didn't want to think so, because if she doubted even that, she wouldn't be able to believe in anything in the future. And that's actually really quite interesting. I think it's really good that, because yeah, even, yeah.
Nagisa-san とはちょっとした知り合いでね。
Yeah, Nagisa-san. I'm actually really quite surprised he's saying something like this. Nagisa-san was something of an acquaintance of mine.
あなたに会いたがっていたわ。
Yeah, she wanted to meet you very much. Huh?
相談に乗ったこともあるの。
Yeah, she came to me asking for advice about it.
あなたから電話をもらったこと。
Yeah, she was so happy when she received that call from you. Oh my god, the call! Holy shit, I remember that. Oh my god, it was just interesting. Yeah, then I was so fucking sad. It was just Nagisa completely carrying it, completely making it certain that Rena could have another chance. Nagisa-chan was... Rena pulled the soaked handkerchief away from her eyes and stared at Tomoe, who was gazing at her with a far gentler expression than before. Yeah. She was able to set aside her caution because Tomoe was sincere enough to kneel down on the soil to match eye level with her. Yeah, showing no concern over getting dirty in the process. And also because... Yeah, definitely. Yeah, knows. A little bit of an incorrect verb form there. Knew. Yeah, but obviously... Oh my god, I'm just waiting for when the news is broken to then... Holy fuck. It's really quite interesting this though, like even though you know, Lena's so obviously not acting, she still has that suspicion that, you know, she could potentially be faking all of this, but yeah, she wouldn't be able to believe anything if she did that, so she let go of that suspicion. That's a good move, yeah. Yeah. I feel so bad for Rena. Not only because of this, but like, you know, because, yeah, what's coming. The Nagisa that Rena knew was very cheerful, but also very shy. Yeah, no matter the age of the person she was speaking to, she wasn't one to casually reveal secrets like that. Yeah. Oh, that's a really good declaration of trust then, yeah. So if Nagisa told her about the phone call from Dana, she must have really trusted her. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I think that's really good because the Dana will realise Tomoe is a trustworthy person. And then maybe they can get to the bottom of this together.
私はあなたに対して彼女以上に怒りを感じていたんだと思う。
Yeah, so, well, I think I was more angry with you than she was.
こんなに優しくて友達思いの渚さんと一方的に関係を断って。
Now, I find it really quite interesting that... No, if this was actually taken further, this could really get her in trouble. I mean, obviously, Lena isn't going to do that, but because, you know, she's so desperate. But yeah, well, she's not desperate. Sorry, she's in a vulnerable place. She won't be in the, you know, mood to question stuff like this. But yeah, she doesn't reveal the true reason at all. Interesting that. So, well, I think I was more angry with you than she was. I was thinking she must be a terrible girl to cut all ties and vanish from somebody as kind and caring about her friends as Nagisa-san. Yeah, I've got an idea in my head without trying to get to know you.
そのせいで最初からマイナスの印象を持ってあなたに話しかけてしまった。
That's why I was speaking to you with a negative outlook even from the beginning. Yeah,
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
刑事さん。
Detective. Upon seeing Tomoe plainly and sincerely bow her head in front of her, Neina stopped crying and began to calm herself. She felt like she could understand why Nagisa thought so highly of this detective. Yeah, that's
謝りた
nice.
かった。
Wanted to apologise. Oh my god, she wanted to apologise for what she did. Yeah, then opening her heart. Yeah, then I spat out the words she'd been holding in all this time.
本当はすごく
Oh my god.
謝りたかったんです。
I know, really. I wanted to apologize so much.
ひどいことをして渚ちゃんのこといっぱい傷つけて。
Yeah, no, I know. I did something terrible and caused Nagisa-chan so much pain. Yeah, it's so understandable. Isn't it just awful to think that she will never be able to do this now? Oh god. I wonder what then I must actually think, because obviously she doesn't know about the Omaki, you know, murder incident. God, this is really quite a good song. It's really quite beautiful. It's moving. It is. Oh, I think it's so good that, you know, I'm actually really quite surprised to learn that Nagisa, you know, was a really quite shy person. I mean, yeah, interesting that he'd anima as well. You know, the person that Nagisa did actually, you know, talk to quite a bit. Even she was somebody that, you know, gained her trust. It's just surprising that, you know, obviously she turned out to be so fucking bad.
あの子の大好きだった男の子をバットで何度も殴って大怪我させて。
God. I hit the boy she loved over and over with a bat and I seriously wounded
学校
him.
内で暴れ回ってあの子が泣いて止めるのにいっぱい
Oh my
ガ
god,
ラスとか
Nagisa
壁
was
とか壊して
crying.
めちゃめちゃ
God,
に
I
して。
never realised that. I went on a rampage through a school building, even though she was crying and telling me to stop. I shattered the windows and smashed the walls. Yeah. Making a total mess of the place. No, I know. Oh my god. Even now she sometimes sees it in her dreams. Jesus, that's awful. Oh my god. Yeah, you can just really tell how fucking guilty she feels if she literally, you know, sees this event. A sort of like a flashback in her dreams. Shattered window glass covering the linoleum floor of the hallway. Where's linoleum? What does it look like? Alright, let me show you guys. Stuff like this. Oh God, I mean, if you have something that completely, you know, guilt completely consumes you over seeing it again in your fucking dreams and well, not dreams, sorry, nightmares, but still, just seeing it again, it must be so fucking awful, having to relive stuff like that. Her whole, oh god. Jesus, her whole body was covered in scratches. She walked around with a vacant look in her eyes. And her uniform dyed in blood. Jesus. Oh. That's so surprising. So obviously she couldn't remember where she found it, but she was holding a metal bat. She's lost her mind so much that she can't even remember simple events like how she came into contact with the bat. Yeah, Elena held it in one hand. What the fuck? Hand, dragging it along the ground, letting out a dry rattling sound as, oh god, I can imagine that. Yeah, oh my god, understandable. The classmates around her all watched with terrified looks in their eyes, unable to even approach her. Yeah. The adults didn't know what to do. Oh my... Jesus Christ. Yeah, fucking hell. I mean, that really just shows, you know, obviously how the really quite mentally disturbed Lena is just, you know, totally dangerous. I mean, this isn't it just sad to think that this is all because of, you know, the trouble of one person. In other words, Lena's mother. The adults didn't know what to do, not even the physically strong PE teacher or the annoyingly cautious older teacher. They just tried to maintain their dignity by protecting the students from her violence. Yeah, oh my god, I understand. What the fuck? Then I gazed at that pathetic sight and sneered. Oh god, so she was, you know, letting out those insane laughs while she was there. Oh god, then that's how a high-pitched laugh to scupper them. A cruel, distorted look floated to the edge of her mouth like she was toying with them. Interesting that, you know, the scratches from, obviously, the, you know, for example, a red capsule in Natalie Bayashi. You know, the pharmaceutical stuff where she, you know, slits her saliva open just so that, you know, she can get rid of the filth she feels she has inside herself. Annoyingly cautious older teacher, I love it. God, I could not imagine seeing somebody that is totally defeated in such a bad way. You know, just do stuff like this. I mean, my god, it must be... Can't even imagine how unpleasant it must be to see something like this, never mind actually be the person doing it. Yeah. Interesting that she really has, you know, this laugh. Oh god, it was horrifying. Yeah, understandable. As she continued her violent assault, she crept on. Jesus fucking Christ. She kept on crackling without showing any hesitation or kindness, like some kind of monster. Yeah, oh my god, I know. Her head felt pain like it was being... What the fuck? Her head felt pain like it was being split open. So bad that intense vomit came rising up from the back of her throat. And what's more, that face truly was her... Yeah, no, I know. Even though her hair was a mess and she was caked in blood and mud, those eyes, that nose, and that mouth were just like looking... Yeah, that's interesting. That, I mean, like, even though she was in, you know, some of the most unpleasant conditions possible, still the same person. You can never deny that was the same Lena. Oh god, that's awful. No, that's not it. That was yeah, that was undoubtedly her former self. Yeah, her former self is so fucking different to how she is now. It left an ugly mark, like a nail hammered into her memory. Yeah. Lena herself was the thing that she hated most in the world and most wanted to forget. Fair enough, honestly.
なんであんなことをしてしまったのか自分でもわからない。本当に何もわからないの。
That's odd. I don't even know why I did that. Honestly, I have no idea.
とんでもないことをしたとはっきり理解して、それからいっぱい後悔したけども、全然取り返しがつかなくなっていて。
But I completely understand that I did something unreasonable. Yeah, and I've regretted it a lot since then. And yet there's no way to undo something like that. That's the awful thing, yeah.
どれだけ謝ればいいのか考えているうちに、もう絶対誰にも許してもらえないんだと分かったら。
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, obviously, like, there's actually courage to show, like, you know, you've done something really bad and apologize for it. But whether people are actually going to forgive you, that's fully another matter. Yeah, I kept thinking about how much I wanted to apologize to everyone, but I realized that nobody would ever forgive me, so I got more and more scared. And then,
Ryugu-san.
Ryugu-san.
本当は謝りたかった。
I really wanted to apologize.
迷惑をかけた人たちにすぐにでも会って心の底からいっぱい謝りたかった。
Yeah, I wanted to see all the people I caused trouble for and apologize from the bottom of my heart as soon as possible. Oh yeah. I mean, I really get what she means, yeah.
でも大好きな友達にひどいこと言われて、あんたなんか死んじゃえって言われると思ったら、私。
But when I thought about my most precious friend telling me I was a terrible person and that she wanted me to die,
嫌われるのが、罵られるのが怖くて、だから。
Oh gosh, she is breaking up. Yeah, I was afraid of being scorned or being hated, so
わかるわ。
I understand.
その気持ち、わかりたいと思う。
No, I think I want to understand
仲の
that
良かった
feeling.
友達に嫌われるのって、
Yeah.
本当に辛いことだしね。
Oh my god, I know. Yeah, being hated by your dear friends is truly painful. Yeah. Yeah, good for look, you know, obviously don't worry for helping Nina. I mean, oh god, that's awful though, you know, just obviously apologising is one thing, but you know, obviously if you go through the courage to actually apologise and all the nervousness and then just to realise that nobody is ever going to forgive you, that's awful. Oh my god, and obviously because of how close Nagi's are and then our you know, that command to die being a terrible person and stuff like that, I mean, that must have really hurt, especially because of what she's done. Yeah. Tomoe gently laid her hand on Nena's. Oh, dirty, tear-stained hands. An endlessly spilling stream of tears dropped from above, conveying the depth of her soul. Oh my god, definitely, yeah. God. Yeah, that really just shows how fucking sad she actually is in a situation like this. Yeah, and it is interesting that, yeah, how could such an innocent girl have resorted to that level of violence? Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you really just see, no, because the thing is, if somebody's done this, like, I mean, I suppose a real world example, for example, could be like I don't know, a school shooter, for example. I mean, they just completely go into a school, terrorise it, and everybody in there. I mean, at the same time, though, you don't actually get people, you know, shooting in Midenos, for example, but like, still, how could you ever see one of those people that has done an incident like that in, you know, just a year be so regretful, so innocent, and obviously so mature and decent about it, and so consumed by guilt as well? That's confusing. And doubt still smiled in her Oh, like a small fire. However, in that case, she had to prove these tears were genuine. What? Thinking that, Tomoe raised her hand and called out Yugi. What the fuck? Let's go meet her. Huh? I'll take you there. The fuck is she thinking of doing? She is literally having a mental breakdown, and yet Tomoe is still trying to do some drastic measures to actually, you know, prove how genuine these tears were. What? That's so surprising. What the fuck? To be fair, that it's actually really quite interesting that even though, you know, she's so fucking sad. Yeah, Tomoe's just thinking that it's not about this, but oh my god, I'll take you there to Nagisa-san. The hell? Nagisa is literally dead. What is she thinking? What's she playing at? Wait, so where are they going to go? Tossing around in her sleep, Reina suddenly noticed something unusual beside her and opened her eyes. Oh. She could vaguely recognise the backs of two chairs lined up. Is she in the police interrogation room? And she didn't hear the sounds of birds, but the hum of an engine and the sound of a flowing wind. Did you sleep well? So I really wonder what the fuck she's actually going to do. How is she going to break to, you know, Lena, the fact that Nagisa is literally dead? Lena doesn't know that Nagisa is dead. Huh? Oh my god, yeah, Lena jumped up, tossing aside the blanket that had been covering her body. Even though it was pitch black outside when she dozed off. Oh, she actually dozed off. I'm really quite surprised about that. Looking out the windshield past the passenger seat, she could see the sun shining bright as it rose beyond the ridgeline of the mountains. Oh god, that's actually really quite surprising. So I'm assuming that she's eventually just, I don't know, maybe for example, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if her guilt has become so much that, you know, she's became really quite overwhelmed by it, and as a result she just, you know, has no energy but to sleep. Maybe it could have been that. Or maybe she was actually transported in the car by Tomoe, and yet, you know, it was pitch black when she dozed off, now it's day, and, you know, she's still there. Which is actually really quite odd. I wonder why that would be the case. Looking out the windshield past the passenger seat, she could see the sun shining bright as it rose. She's actually slept for a long time. I fell asleep. Yes, you were sleeping soundly. Yeah, you must have been really quite tired. Definitely, yeah. Wait, where are they going to go? Because they're obviously not going to go to Nagisa's house. It will still be a while longer before we arrive, so feel free to get a little more rest. No, I've had plenty. Thanks. Reina neatly folded the rumpled blanket and set it aside, then took a seat. Yeah, you could see like a fucking killer. You could see, I don't really think a killer would have the respect to, you know, neatly fold a blanket. Yeah. Really, she was still feeling sleepy, but she just couldn't relax. Oh yeah, understandable. Yeah. Have you been driving this whole time? Yeah, that definitely explains it. That would be very weird if that, you know, if she hadn't have done so. No, well, I took a break at some point. I stopped at a service area and got 10 minutes of rest or so. Oh yeah, she's probably so tired that she actually slept through it. Yeah, that's when I gave you that blanket. You don't remember that? Sorry. Reina apologetically shrugged her shoulders, but at the same time she seemed uncomfortable. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, and I mean, here's actually really quite interesting, even though Tomoe, you know, obviously she does understand Ena and, well, she is a police officer, still just quite suspicious, you know, just a police officer getting somebody in their car. I mean, police officers are clever people, they know how to lie, could potentially be something that's not policing, let's just say, but yeah, obviously Tomoe would never do that, but, you know, what's Ena to know? It's true that she was worried about her family and about Nagisa, and that she hadn't gotten a good night's rest in a while, but she had never ever slept that deeply in the backseat of a stranger's car. Yeah, not to mention she was showing this kindness from a police officer. It was like she was riding in the car of an enemy. Yeah, even though it was a relief to learn that she knew Nagisa, for a while after waking up it felt like a dream. Yeah, fair enough, maybe. Suddenly, Reina had a thought. The detective named Minai knew about her past, so she wondered if she was prepared to reopen it. When she came to Hinamizawa, no matter how much fun she was having with her close friends, somewhere in her heart she had the illusion it was all an act. Oh, that's interesting, that was when... That was when she decided to forget her past and start calling herself Ryurena. I really wonder if, yeah, potentially, you know, Tomoe reopening Rena's past, that will obviously imply, like, getting loads of things in the past that were really, really painful, and just forcing them back at her. That would be awful for her. Awful. So maybe that could mean Tomoe is seen as a threat by Rena. Interesting that she thinks in her heart that, like, you know, the fun that she was having herself, even though she was genuinely feeling it, in the long run, it was just an act. It was just her convincing herself that she was having fun. Somebody who likes cute things, who is kind to everybody and always tries her best at everything. Oh yeah, she does. Yeah. That's really quite nice that, you know, she really is just trying her hardest to be her genuine ideal self. And she really did. She worked hard. And I think, you know, it could be said that she has done so. Thanks to that, she was fortunate enough to gain new friends. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And not just people who are fun to play with, but allies who are willing to help her when she's in trouble. Oh yeah, that's nice. That really is nice. Yeah, really, really genuine people that know you well and want to know you, and obviously will do anything for you. That's, yeah. Just the other day, they were kind enough to help her before the situation would have become rough at home. Oh. I think right now I'm happy. Good. Yeah, I understand that much. That's really, really good. But on the other hand, she hated the source of all of her own whole problems. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, understandable. I mean, even though she's happy, she still will always have that scar on her. The existence known as Ryurena. And for that person, she decided that all proof of the over a decade she lived under that old name should disappear. And she was afraid of her new friends learning about her time in Ibaraki. Oh. So she started subconsciously developing resistance to letting her true feelings show to them. But that's not right. That's what everybody told me. That's actually really quite interesting, that, so I'm assuming this this could potentially be in the Miotsukushi timeline, or maybe Minagoroshi's timeline. No, actually in Minagoroshi she does it. You know, she convinces Rina to fuck off within her own intuition. Nobody tells her to do it, but that's not the case here. Yeah, it's interesting that. I wonder which timeline this is actually in. This story. Miotsukushi Ura. Yeah, it's really good. It's interesting with, you know, obviously Yurena hating Yurena, you know, her just completely treating her as, you know, a person that shouldn't exist, somebody that's completely different, and, you know, as a result, shouldn't be, I don't know, just anything that should, well, right, let me actually reword this and think about what I'm saying. Yes, it's interesting that she hates this and wants to forget about her, you know, last 10 years so, well, more than last 10 years so much that, you know, she just completely wants to erase any memory whatsoever in her head. But, I mean, obviously that's not going to be possible because of, for example, the police. Interesting that, though. Yeah, so she wasn't really... She was kind of, you know, developing a little bit of resistance towards her friends just because of, you know, the fear of them, or subconsciously because of the fear of them discovering her past. Yeah, Katie, Rika, Mion, they were all worried about her holding everything in. What about Satoko? What? And Satoko. Oh, right, yeah. And Satoko suddenly asked if they could have a sleepover just before the incident, probably because she knew something was wrong. Plus, Katie and the others only learned about the situation with Mami Adina. Oh, because Shiona told them in the first place. Yeah, obviously, because... yeah, that really makes sense that this is actually something that, you know, Shion has been involved with. Oh my god, I love Miotsukushi. I'm so excited to reread it, because I'm going to read on what there. Why not? She placed her hand on her chest and took a light breath. Yeah, that's right. She had to mark the end of her old self. So is she actually going to do that now? It's not about forgetting it or throwing it away. She had to face it steadfastly, take it and digest it into her current self. Interesting, so I'm assuming that, you know, then I was thinking, she can't ever forget this, obviously, it's a scar so deep that, you know, it will never go, but, yeah, instead, you can accept that it happened. So I decided to go see Nagisa-chan. Oh my god, she's dead. Oh, she doesn't know, though. No matter what terrible things she may say, even if she scolded her and vented her rage at her, she didn't mind. No matter how hard or painful it may be, if I don't start here, I won't be able to move forward. Now, that's actually really quite interesting. I wonder if she was, you know, with this, maybe trying to, you know, just overcome the guilt by... I don't know, I mean, obviously what's happened and the effects of the deed will never go away, but at least she can try and make it a little bit better. With her determination lingering in the bottom of her heart. Nena, why are you still ahead of me? I'm sorry. Huh? Wait, what the fuck? Hang on a second, what? For making you take a day off school and bringing you this far out? Are you sure you shouldn't take your teacher? Jesus Christ, so hang on a second, is this actually... Has she slept for so long that she's, the sun isn't rising, it's setting? Oh, yes. Oh, right, nice. I mean, a friend of mine said she'd explain things. Oh, yeah, nice one. Yeah. yeah, she told my father that I've been staying at her house and that we go to school together. Yeah. Well, that is a little bit tricky if, you know, Dena firstly isn't going to go to Mion's house and secondly isn't going to go to school with her. I mean, obviously that wasn't the case, but that was just a lie, but yeah, still. I wonder what she would have actually done with Nagisa. So obviously her dad wouldn't really know about it. She probably would go home. She'd probably lie about having gone home. And maybe her dad sleeps really quite early, so he just assumed that she would have come back. She could use that then I could use that to her advantage. Gently gazing at Dana through the rear view mirror, Tomoe's thoughts were somewhere else. The Michan she referred to probably was her best friend Sonozaki Mion. Yeah, of course she knows that, yeah. The acting head of the Sonozaki family and the leader of the three families. But thanks to that, Tomoe had another concern. Being able to invent facts about a student's absence meant that she could also easily manufacture somebody's proof of somebody's disappearance. Now that's interesting, yeah. In fact, she had heard from Moishi. A boy went missing a few days after Watanagasi last year, and he suspected it was a plot orchestrated by the Sonozaki family. Oh no, I mean, it's so realistic what she's saying, but no. Oh, right, yeah, in which case, wouldn't the fact that Dana is spending time with a police officer potentially create unnecessary misunderstandings that could endanger her? Maybe I'm overthinking it. No, it's perfectly rational. Dana used a payphone to contact her friend Mion, and Tomoe was listening in beside her. But she didn't say anything about the police, and they didn't seem to be speaking in code words. That's just so funny how fucking creepy she is, with the pretext of, you know, obviously doing an investigation. The person on the other end of the phone probably understood that Dana was simply catching up with an old friend and having so much fun that it was worth taking a day off school. Yeah, I do find it really quite interesting, that. I just don't really understand this. So she said that, you know, her and Mion would be going to school. Her and Dena would be going to school together, and yet now Dena has had an excuse for an absence being invented. Maybe it's just because, you know, obviously they would have maybe got a little bit drunk, maybe just had loads of fun at their house. I mean, that's what the lie would say. So yeah, as a result, Dena would be really quite late. Yeah.
More
importantly, I wonder why I couldn't get in touch with Hanada-kun. Unfortunately, the information center was busy, so all she could do was leave a message telling him to contact her. Oh yeah, oh my god, that must have looked really bad. I hope that Hanada has actually been able to contact Tomoe, because if, you know, no Hanada has been able to know that Tomoe is actually, tried to contact him. Nevertheless, it's a little tough not hearing anything from the other side. She was at least able to carry a pager with her back when she went to Kakiyuji Station. It's annoying that she doesn't have one of those, yeah. What is it?
どこへ連れて行ってくれるんですか?
Yeah, no, I know. I have that same question. It is actually really quite weird because if, you know, Rena's been in Tomoe's car for, you know, nearly a fucking, well, I mean, not really a day, but a lot of hours, then, yeah.
もうすぐ東京だって.
What? We're almost at Tokyo. What? Hang on a second, what? Why? Just as Reina said, the sign they drove past showed the distance to Tokyo. What? It was early morning on a weekday, so there wasn't much traffic. They'd be able to reach their destination in just a few hours. Why the fuck is she taking her there?
言った通り、渚さんのところよ.
What? But Nagisa is dead. What is she even playing at here? What is she doing? Just like I told you, we're heading to Nagisa-san.
ちょっと行きにくい場所にあるからね.
Or is that where no, that's where our family live, I think. It's a little difficult to get there by train.
平日に押しかけて迷惑じゃないでしょうか?
Yeah, fair enough, actually, yeah. Yep, very, very good consideration from a murderer. I don't know. How good. It's just really quite funny that now you just think it's... Now Tomoe's probably just thinking it's fucking stupid that she ever thought something like that. Wouldn't it be a bother to show up on a weekday?
渚ちゃんにも都合があるだろうし、それに学校だって。
Oh god, that's Tomoe's mistake. Yeah, it would probably be inconvenient for Nagisa-chan and she should be at school.
大丈夫よ.
It would be alright.
あなたのこと、ずっと待ってくれているから。
She's always waiting for you. I am beginning to like the atmosphere of this less and less.
Huh?
Huh? What is Tomoe doing? Seriously?
ずっとね。
Eventually, after passing through several toll gates, Tomoe's car turned off the expressway and onto a national highway. Then they proceeded lightly down a few roads with minimal traffic, and the scenery gradually transformed from an unfamiliar city to a desolate small-town landscape. Interesting. The number of traffic lights was gradually decreasing, the tall buildings were gone, and there were sometimes even wide fields spread around, yeah. My eyes were right. In a sense, the scenery conveyed a peaceful atmosphere, but for some reason Reina couldn't help but feel a lingering unease. Yeah. Could you imagine if she is so sharp that she's actually noticed, you know, Tomoe is a little bit fishy, and then... We're here. Huh? Tomoe pulled her car into a small parking lot and came to a stop in a very quiet rural area with a few residential buildings nearby. There is no way that Tomoe... I mean, obviously Tomoe knows that Nagisa's dead. Maybe she's just going to play it dumb. Or maybe she's wanting to, you know, offer her condolences for the, you know, parents she had. Here as well. I don't know. Why hasn't she told her yet? God, I can't imagine what it's going to be like for Dena, you know, when she discovers that not only her, but, you know, her boyfriend as well, they're both dead. After looking at the sign by the entrance, Elena realised the worst scenario she imagined on the way here was the truth. What? Wait, where? She began trembling while grabbing the headrest of the front passenger seat and leaning out from... What the fuck? What? Why? While grabbing the headrest of the front passenger seat and leaning out from the back seat, Elena's whole body was quivering so intensely Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god! Okay, that is fair enough. Oh. So she's not going to her parents' house. Yeah. I thought few rural buildings, that could potentially mean that they've moved to a really quite quiet place after, you know, Nagisa was murdered in a city, like, you know, setting. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the name made it clear this was a cemetery. Holy shit, that is just such a fucking brutal way to discover it. I mean, why would you... I mean, okay, if I was in a situation like this, I think... Oh, I don't know, it's so tricky. I don't know what I'd do. Oh, God. You have got to be kidding me. Is she doing this just so she can test Lena's reaction? Seeing her eyes open wide and her face turn pale, Tomoe was convinced. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this girl knew nothing about the current Nagisa. She hadn't heard anything about... Yeah, exactly! Oh. Not very strongly. Now that is really quite interesting. Because this is a genuine lie. What? Could this potentially mean that one of her detectives has been lying to her this entire time? Not very strongly. It's more like she was genuinely apathetic to the news rather than just pretending it had nothing to do with her. That's so contradictory. Yeah, that is really weird. So either this could be an oversight or potentially it could be something of suspicion. Who knows? There is a mole that has been leaking information to the mountain dogs. We know that from Kageboshi. Let me just drill that into your head. Yeah, despite his words echoing inside Tomoe's head, the situation actually proved the opposite. But now she had an obligation to fulfill, which was much more important than that. Yeah, don't worry about the investigation. Worry about it now. Oh my god. Come on, Ryugu-san. Let's go. Oh my god, this is horrible, man. She's just gonna discover her friend's gonna be, you know, killed. It may be painful, but stay firm. Jesus, what is she doing? I'm certain she's waiting for you. Yeah, right here. Oh my god. Yeah, right before our eyes was a fairly new tombstone. What the fuck? He lies the Ozaki family? What? The hell happened to her parents? You have got to be kidding me. Did the mountain dogs kill them as a, you know, because they're just so scared of information getting leaked? What? And the black letters engraved in the tablet beside it haven't yet been faded by the birthing ring, so they were easy to read. There? Huh? Yeah. Oh my god, I know. Jesus. Oh my god, I don't blame her. Oh, yeah, Elena had been frozen in place, but then, like, flipping a switch, she rushed to the side of the grave and shouted so loud. It sounded like blood was spewing from her throat. Oh my god. Yeah, and then she clung to the tombstone and rubbed her forehead against it while crying. Nagisa-chan, Nagisa-chan. Why? Oh god, that's so awful, though. I mean, Jesus. I suppose Tomoe didn't actually tell Rena, you know, that she had died because, firstly, making a claim as ridiculous as that, it'd completely make Rena lose the trust. Oh my god, just making her discover it herself. Jesus, in the most brutal way. Oh my god. Could you imagine just, you know, somebody saying that your friend is going to be, you know, seen by you, and then you go to a fucking gravestone? I mean, Jesus, man. That's so awful, especially because of the, you know, all of the duty Tomoe felt to, Rena felt to, you know, saving their sort of friendship, and obviously having potential forgiveness, even apologising, just. Rena raised her wet, crying face to once again look at the tablet and was surprised when she suddenly saw the. Yeah, Ozaki Nagi-san died October 14th, 1982. That day. Yeah, that day was the same day she promised to meet Nagi-san. Oh, God. Oh my god! So she may think that, you know, she's responsible for this suicide, for a potential suicide. I mean, it wasn't the suicide, we know that, but at the same time, she doesn't. Yeah, finally realising why she never came back to Okinomiya. Reina clawed her throat and wailed. It can't be. Holy shit, so she thinks that, you know, she could have potentially caused this. Oh my god. No. Ryugu-san. Why is Nagisa-chan? Such a good question. Even we don't. Nobody knows the answer. How did this happen to Nagisa-chan? Oh god, please tell me, detective. Yeah, that must be a really quite tricky moment. God, I feel so bad. It's just like one of the situations where you really want Nagisa just to, you know, get out of that gravestone, become alive, see you then, I apologise. You want your Higurashi to happen here. I mean. Was she sick? No. Was it an accident? No. Oh god, she's. What the fuck was that sound? She's probably considering murder or suicide. Clinging to Tomoe's hand on her shoulder for comfort, and then I squeezed her voice to ask that in a forceful voice. Yeah, interesting that nobody knows the killer though. If she said it was murder, this. No, but she can't fucking say it was a suicide either. That's seriously tricky. Yeah, if she said it was murder, this girl would likely begin frantically hurting the killer, intending to personally kill them, so. It was an accident. Interesting that she's doing this. Yeah, it was an accident. She was struck by a car on her way home. Oh god, but even so, you know, you're just gonna. Tomoe herself didn't believe that, but she had no choice but to answer it in that way. Yeah, you don't even know if it was a murder or a suicide. Yeah, and Nena's reaction was unequivocal proof that she wasn't involved in Nagisa's incident. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Oh, Nena slamped down on the spot and leaned towards the gravestone beside her with a dejected look on her face, reaching out to the tablet with no regard for skirt getting dirty, just to touch it. Several different difficult kanji was spelled out there, detailing a post... What? Posthumous name? Posthumous name. I mean, obviously that's how you read it, I'd assume. But still. But she didn't understand what they meant. She didn't want to. Oh my god. Oh, that's understandable. I'm actually really quite surprised that she can't read the kanji of, you know, her dear friend that she's known for years. There's no way that's true. Yeah. I'm interested as what posthumous name is occurring, awarded, or appearing after the death of the originator. Right, yeah, that definitely fits here. That is so awful. Oh my god, because there could potentially be a feeling of denial. Maybe, I don't know, that maybe she's been conned or something like that. Maybe Tomoe's completely deceived her. Maybe she could be thinking stuff like that. But yeah, when you realise the kanji that is actually written on the gravestone representing Nagisa. Yeah. Oh god. Just even, I mean, obviously, Rena, oh god, it's just so horrible. I mean, Rena really has had a, you know, horrible time. Tomoe, I mean, obviously, Tomoe comes into these situations quite a lot, but she really, really needs to be at her best here. I mean, god, look at how upset she is. Oh, please. I wanted to apologise. Oh god, I wanted to apologise to Nagisa-san for so long. Reina muttered that in a faint voice that seemed like it was about to fade away. Yeah. God, that really just shows how much she's been crushed by this. Yeah, the person to whom she wished to convey those words, no, I know, was no longer in this world. Isn't that absolutely awful to think that, you know, when she actually wants to apologise, this is the time when she fucking dies. Like, the exact day she's tried to, you know, obviously reach out to her and then has tried to reach out to Nagisa. I wanted to apologise for so long. Yeah, to apologise for the terrible things I did, for the awful things I said, and for leaving without saying a word. Yeah, interesting that she said awful things. I'm quite surprised about that. But yeah, obviously we've literally got confirmation that, you know, insane laughter while constantly, I don't know, for example, beating her boyfriend with a bat. I mean, fucking hell, I think that's definitely classified as an awful thing to do. Not an awful thing to say though. I mean, maybe it's just the laugh, or maybe it's something else. Maybe it was just, you know, her rage really getting the best of her. God. Oh, poor Denno, man. Oh, God. Yeah, and then for not saying anything to her afterwards, and then yeah, it's just she can't say anything to her afterwards now. Oh my god, that's even worse. This is just a stab in the back more than anything else could be. I mean, my god. Yeah, she's literally built up the courage. She's done so much to be able to, you know, finally try getting everything back and, you know, obviously making Nagisa really feel like she is so sorry for what she's done, and you know, now she's just gonna have all the guilt from that just constantly pile up.
てくれた時、お話ししてくれた時、
Yeah.
すごく嬉しかった。
Oh God, when that happened and I was able to speak with her, I was so
会って
happy.
もいいって言ってくれて、もう一度会ったらどんなことを言われてもいい、どんなことされても、たとえ殺されたって。
God, that really just shows how guilty she feels. I mean, she will literally make Nagi. She will literally let Nagisa do anything to her. God, I wanted her to tell me we can meet up again, and if we did, I didn't care what she said or did to me. God, even if she killed me.
そう思って、そう覚悟してでも、私は渚ちゃんに会いたかった。
Thought that, and even I thought that, and even though I was prepared for it, I still wanted to see Nagisa-chan again. And yet, I'm there.
なのに。
Oh God, that's so awful. I mean, it's just so. I mean, this is like a gut punch, but obviously it's more than, you know, anything a gut punch could possibly do. But yeah, it's like a Goku gut punch. It's just so fucking painful. Where's the Okinawa train station? The day when they were scheduled to meet one another. Oh my God, I wonder what she was actually feeling there. And Nana kept waiting for a long time. Yeah, of course she would. Oh my God, that's so awful. Just thinking, like, yeah, the time passed all the way into the evening. Even after dark, after the train stopped running, she kept on waiting. God, that really just shows her devotion. I mean, she cares so much that, you know, fuck her schedule, fuck everything. It's only her that matters. Yeah. Maybe she got the date wrong, so she thought about waiting until the next day. Yeah, interesting. She's just taking every single scenario into account before she can finally consider the worst. But in the end, Nagi-san never came. Yeah, Reina felt crushed by the weight of her sins and cried. She left Okinomiya Station and kept on walking and walking. Oh my God. A distance that would take hours by bus. Crying all the way. Oh God. For the next few days, she was bedridden with a fever. And when the fever receded, she finally regained a little strength. But Reina thought it over. This must have been her punishment. What the fuck for? Oh. Put two and two together, you fucking idiot. Thinking that, she decided this pain was a cross she'd have to bear for the rest of her life. Isn't it horrible to think, but that is so true. It's never going to leave her. No way. It's fair enough that, you know, she's this sad. That's so surprising though. She's actually gone from, you know, Okinomiya by foot to her house. Fucking hell. God, that must be so upsetting. Crying all the way though, not being able to, you know, seek just a little bit of happiness. Yeah, and that, you know, that upset, then it's led to, you know, a potential development of the syndrome. But luckily, you know, it receded. She was able to get strong. No, just because she has a fever doesn't mean she has the syndrome. But obviously, Hinamizawa syndrome, very mental disease. And, you know, some of the lower level 2, maybe you know, a fever, bedbound, because you feel sick. God. Yeah. However, a true punishment wasn't that. What she thought of all this time as a harsh punishment actually seemed... Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Ryugu-san. Detective. What should I do? Oh, yeah, that is an interesting... Right, this is where Tomoe, I don't know, just tries to forgive and then or something like that, I don't know. Or maybe she could say, like, you know, live the best life you can, possibly. Can I no longer be forgiven? What can I do to make amends for my sins? No! Oh, no! Dude, I did not think about how bad this could be. You remember what the fuck happened to her, you know, before, and, you know, she was really, really overridden with, you know, the filth and the dirt, the sin she had actually committed in her life, and obviously the blame, and, you know, obviously mixed in with her loss of mania had, you know, given her. Yeah, what the fuck happens if that repeats itself? God, should this body suffer the same fate it inflicted on others? God. Criminals forever branded with their crimes no matter what they do. Oh, God, you just see Tomoe complete hopelessness. I don't understand anymore. God, I just feel so bad. What should I do? What is the right thing to do? I don't understand anymore. Oh my God, I know, it's just such an impossibly sad situation that, you know, even if she says something, would it be able to stand on the same grounds as what she's suffering? Because she really suggests something. In response to Dana's heartbroken question, Tomoe could only turn her head down and bite her lip. It's perfectly natural to punish people for their transgressions, but if there's nobody there to offer them forgiveness, yeah, the criminal will be forced to suffer for the rest of their life with the weight of their sins on their conscience. Definitely. I really think that Nagisa forgiving Dana could have definitely had an impact on, you know, everything and how everything's actually been perceived by her. It really could have. I think obviously she would have viewed it as something so bad, but the fact that she's actually, you know, done something so difficult, you know, doing something really bad and actually going to the person apologising, of course that could be seen as their true punishment. And in Yugu Udena's case, the opportunity to obtain forgiveness is, I know. There's no greater punishment. And if so, will she have to continue her entire life without ever being forgiven? You forgive her right now. Yeah, that can't be. Tomoe shook her head. She was a police officer, not an avenger. The difference between them was that there were other opportunities, other important duties she had a responsibility to fulfill beyond the catching crew. Yes, good one. And that was Ryugu-san. Read this. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Is she giving her Nagisa's letter after saying that? Tomoe. Oh, that's so nice. No, because this is going to highlight the exact feelings of Nagisa. The feelings of hope and the feelings, you know, of a new beginning, you know. Tomoe pulled a single envelope from her jacket pocket and held it out to Dana. The address had her name on it and the sender was Nagisa. Yeah. What is this? is this?
渚さんが最後に私にくれた手
Yes,
紙を
brilliant. The very last letter Nagisa-san
あなた
sent
にだ
me.
けは
Yeah, I think you should read it.
読んでもらいたいの。
Yeah, me too.
渚ちゃんが
Oh, from Nagisa-chan. She pulled a bundle of notepaper out from the envelope and spread it out before Dana. The writing on the page was nostalgic. Oh my god, yeah, and could easily be recognised as Nagisa's handiwork. Even seeing that must just be painful. Dana once again raised her head to look up at Tomoe. Then, after receiving a nod of affirmation, she dropped her eyes back to the paper and started reading.
背景見ない刑事様。
Isn't it just so awful to think that she seems so happy there? God. It's just warped. It's so cruel. It's so ridiculously cruel. Detective Minai-sama.
先日はいろいろと私のためにご尽力いただきまして、
Thank you very
本
much
当
for
にあり
working
がとう
so
ございま
hard
した。
and doing so much for me the other day.
あの後何度かお電話を差し上げたのですが、タイミングが悪く、その都度外出中とのことでしたので、お手紙をお送りすることにしました。
I've tried calling you several times since then, but it was always bad timing and you were out, so I've decided to send a letter instead.
実はご報告があります。
In fact, I have something to report.
先日レイナと電話にて話をすることができました。
Oh, I completely forgot about this. Oh, this is going to be so beneficial for Nena. Please say something about, you know, forgiveness, stuff like that. I was able to talk with Dana over the phone the other day.
それも信じられないことに、
Yeah,
私から
definitely.
かけたわけじゃありません。
It's hard to believe, but I wasn't the one who made the
レイ
phone
ナ
call.
からかかってきたんです。
Yes, Dana was the one who called me.
私にはあまりにも突然すぎて、それにレイナもなんだかぎこち
I'm
ない感
actually
じ
just
で。
looking into the eyes of this person saying, please say something that is going to help with Dana. She doesn't deserve this. She doesn't deserve how awful this is. You know, she deserves at least something to ease her, you know, pain. To put it bluntly.
お互いに何から話していいのかわからず、結局
Yeah.
あ
Yeah,
まり
definitely.
会話できなかったのが残念でしたが、それでも一度会ってお互いにゆっくり話をしようということになりました。
After all this time, we didn't know what to talk about, so unfortunately we didn't talk much, but we decided that we should meet up again so we can talk more
なぜ
leisurely.
あんな事件を起こしてしまったのか、
Yeah, why did she cause that incident? Oh, that's not gonna help.
なぜ何も言わずに黙っていなくなって
That's
しまった
also
の
not
か。
gonna help.
そして今お互いどんな思いを抱えて暮らしているのか、
And what do we think of each other now, after living far
そ
apart?
のことを会った時に思い切ってぶつけてみようと考えています。
Those are the things I'm thinking of asking when we meet
も
up.
ちろんそのことで私もレイナも
Yeah,
過去の傷をさらに深めてしまうかもしれない。
it will, yeah. Well, it would have. Yeah. Of course, that may very well reopen our wounds for both
そ
Renana
して
and me.
ひょっとしたらやっぱり会わなければよかったと後悔するかもしれないという不安は今でもあります。
There's still a chance that meeting her ultimately won't be for the best, so I'm still worried I may regret it.
でも私はやっぱり
Yeah, but I
レイ
still
ナと
want
話
to
をする
start
こ
out
とか
by
ら
talking with
始めた
Dana
いんで
again.
す。 罪とか懺悔とかそんなものはもういらない。
Atonement, confessions, those no longer matter to me.
何もかも打ち明けて話してぶつけ合って、
Okay, she
それ
sold
で
it.
もレイナ
Boom.
が私の友達でいてくれるかを
You
私はあの
are
子に尋ね
one
たい。
fucking legend right here. I mean, it is so surprising to think just how much a letter that obviously she would have never thought Lena herself would have been reading, you know, can have. Oh, this is brilliant. Tomoe really, really knows how to turn the tables here. We can talk, argue. We can talk and argue and share everything, but I still want to ask Lena to be my friend.
そして私も今度こそ本当の意
Oh
味で
yeah, definitely,
あ
yeah,
の子の
yeah,
友達
yeah.
になれるかを確かめたい。
Yeah, and I want to make sure I can truly become friends with her this time.
だって私は今でも
Brilliant.
レイナのことが大好きだから。
Because I still love Lena.
レイナのせいで悲しいことも味わったけど、
Yeah.
彼女との楽しい思い出も間違いなくたくさんあるんです。
Yeah. Lena did cause me sadness, but there were definitely a lot of fun memories we had
そ
together.
の思いを私はあの子に伝えたい。
Oh my god, isn't it so horrible to think that, like, you know, she was never able to do so.
そしてあの子が表に出せなかった悩みや苦しみを受け止めてあげたい。
Yeah, I want to be able to accept her despite the problems and the pain she caused. Yeah, that's so nice of
あの子
her.
が昔私にそうしてくれたように。
Just like she did for me so long ago. The fuck?
会った時あの子は笑ってくれる
God,
か
did
な。
Nagisa do something bad? Nagisa sounds like, I mean, if I ever, you know, met somebody like Nagisa in real life, she'd just be like one of the most perfect and kind people I think I could ever find. I'm just so surprised that she could have potentially done something bad. God, do you think she'll laugh when we meet up?
話す時の癖はまだ残っているかな。
Yep. Kanna. Something like that. Yeah, does she still have that particular
い
speaking
ろん
habit?
な不安だらけだけど、
Yeah.
でもそれと同じくらい期待もあります。
I'm really nervous, but at the same time, I'm full of
だか
anticipation.
ら私は信じてレイ
So
ナ
I'll
と会ってき
believe
ま
and I'll meet with Reina.
す。そして刑事さんにいい報告ができるよう頑張っていきたいと思っています。
Yeah, and I want to do my best so I can give you good news too, Detective. I mean, obviously, I think it's really, really good that Reina, you know, now as a result of seeing Nagisa's letter, you know, there is no way she is not going to, you know, be really, really, you know, convinced that Nagisa did truly love. No, that's fucking weird. You know, have a soft spot for her, you know, still, you know, saw the potential she had and obviously saw all of the joy their friendship would bring. Yeah. It's just so awful that she never was able to even learn that Nagisa was so positive about this. Obviously, you know, Reina was probably feeling really quite hurt. She was feeling that Nagisa, you know, didn't want to do it. She just didn't want to know. She maybe reconsidered because of, you know, for example, I don't know, like how awful what Reina's done was. But no, she was so enthusiastic to do it. And, you know, it's just awful that because of the mountain dogs being such fucking assholes, they've had such an effect on this person's life. And obviously Nagisa's, I mean, heck, she can't even live it anymore. God. And her families! Like, her entire family is dead now. Just because of them. I mean, that is unbelievable. Just because of the possibility of having spread confidential information. Like, how? I mean, Lena doesn't even know anything herself. So that makes it even worse.
結果は後日お電話にてご報告します。
God, I'll call you later to share the
も
results.
しお忙しくてまた連絡が行き違うようでしたら自宅の電話番号を書いておきましたのでお手すきの時にでもお電話をいただけましたらとても嬉しいです。
In case you're busy and I have trouble getting in touch with you again, I wrote down my home phone number. I'll be happy to receive a call anytime you'd like.
それではまた。
Anyway, that's all. Hmm.
時には園芸部で一番綺麗なお花を持っていきますので、楽しみにしていてください。
Yeah, God, isn't it just awful to think that, you know, they're never going to be able to meet again. Yeah, so it's just such an empty promise, and it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be.
尾崎渚。
Ozaki Nagisa. Jesus, I don't even want to imagine, you know, what Rena is thinking. Holy shit, I mean, she's having so much emotion about everything now, but at least now she's thinking that, you know, somebody could have potentially forgiven her. That's the most important thing to be taken away from this. Nagisa-chan. Yeah. Yeah, understandable. Her dripping tears pour down, leaving stains on the letter. But these tears were different from the ones from earlier. Oh. They were purely good. Truly grateful. Oh, it's not only happiness. I mean, obviously it's happy, grateful, really, really relieved as well. The fact that somebody can actually give her forgiveness for, you know, the fucking horrible acts that she's committed. But yeah, also the fact that, you know, somebody has actually done it, and yeah, she did truly think like this. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and also deeply painful, heartrending, and sad that she wouldn't be able to convey these. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I'm sorry, Nagisa-chan. Oh, God. I always wanted to tell you. Yeah.
きっと伝わっていたわよ。
Her determination definitely did. There is no denying that. I'm sure it made it through to her.
渚さんはあなたの大切な友達なんだから。
Yeah, because Nagisa is your dear friend. I would never ever hear Tomoe stutter like that, and, you know, just speak as slowly as she did. Can really just show how moved she is by the situation as well. It is really quite nuts, like, Tomoe, just how essential her, you know, beginning as a, I don't know, police officer that always related to the youth, and, you know, a youth safety officer, I think that was the title. I can't remember exactly, but, like, how significant that's actually been in, you know, this story, especially. We've got Natsumi, Nagisa, Natsumi, Nagisa, and Toki Hogishi. Obviously, the effects of that are really appearing in this story, and also Rena. Yeah, 3 people she's helped. She gave Nagisa confidence. She really is distraught. Thank you. I'll always be grateful to have you as a friend. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, please forgive me and thank you so much, Nagisa-chan. Oh, I think that is so good. Yeah, Nagisa's tender thoughts dispelled the darkness in Neina's heart, brightly illuminating it. Yeah, brightly given a start. It didn't mean that she was forgiven. No, but somebody has understood her and somebody has... Yeah, true, that didn't mean that the sin was gone. However, she found out that somebody she loved. Yeah, it's interesting that, you know, obviously understanding from anybody, for example, Tomoe, it wouldn't hit nearly as much. You could have understanding from all the most understanding people in the world, but if it's not, you know, obviously somebody that she really, really finds important and, you know, loves, as it says here. Yeah. And that alone made her tremendously happy and grateful. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Dana held the letter against her chest, feeling the warmth of this. Oh, my God. She feels so fucking deep. Such a big commitment and, you know, such a connection. Really. Oh, so I wonder if she's actually calmed down now. Yugi-san, are you alright? Yeah. Good. God, it really is quite surprising. You would have thought that, you know, Nagisa actually being here. It's actually really quite surprising though. I mean, obviously she's really, really grieved about Nagisa's death, but yeah, it's just quite surprising that there's been a positive outcome. The fact that, you know, even though Nagisa has literally died, it's let her understand that, you know, somebody does care about her. Somebody has reached out and, you know, what she's done hasn't completely ruined, you know, their relationships with anybody, with everybody even. Yeah, God, it really must be important, Matt. Yeah, Dana wiped her puffy red eyes with a handkerchief over and over again. Yeah, but she answered back with a nod. I mean, understandable, yeah. In all likelihood, the sorrow of this day will continue to eat at her heart for a while longer. No, I agree, but at the same time, I think, you know, she's just gonna think, what would Nagisa want me to do the most? Live the happiest life possible. Yeah. Nevertheless, Tomoe believed that Yugi and Dana will be able to move forward after these wounds healed. Yeah. True. Yeah. Turning for your sin doesn't mean forgetting it. Interesting that Tomoe is actually, you know, obviously, I think forgetting it is the worst thing you can do. Oh yeah, that's interesting. If you totally forget about an incident, then maybe it could happen again if you forget, like, what actually has caused it. Oh, I like that. That's really good. So you have to remember your sins, to always think strongly about doing good things to make up for your past mistakes. Yeah. Somebody once said the more sorrows you experience, the kinder you can be to others. Yeah, I mean, that is very true actually, yeah. Probably because only then you can truly sympathise with the feelings of sadness in another. Yeah, I agree actually, yeah. Yeah, so no matter how hard it may be, hold on to those memories, don't forget, and by reflecting on them, you can cherish your precious happiness in the present, and always make the effort to protect. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, protect your happiness, make it something worth having, make your life so good to, you know, make up for. I mean, obviously, that is the only thing she can do, living a good life and not letting, you know, the weight of what she did in the past really eat up at her. I mean, she can't. Oh yes, nice. I think it's really good that Tomoe is actually saying this, because it is just really hammering into Nena's head, you know, suicide is never an option, and, you know, life must continue, even though it's going to be really fucking hard for her to actually, you know, come to terms with all of this. It really will be. And in order to keep on remembering, you have to go on living. Yes. Yeah, keep on living happily, always happy enough to fill her share too. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I mean, obviously Nagisa dying is fucking horrible, but at least to think that, you know, the friend that Nagisa really sees hope in is going to be happy. Oh, God. I don't deserve that. In fact, somebody like me, I hope Tomoe is just going to totally disprove it. Oh, yeah, she's really, really going. She's really insisting that her point is listening to you, will be.
ならなきゃダメ。
Oh, you have to be.
でなきゃ、渚さんはあなたを不幸にするために生まれてきたことになる。
Because otherwise, Nagi-san was only born into this world to bring you unhappiness. Yeah, hitting it where it hurts. Interesting technique, yeah. Oh god, I mean, interesting that... I mean, obviously fair enough that Lena doesn't actually feel as if she deserves it, but... Yeah, she really needs to feel as if she deserves it, needs to not hate herself. I mean, it's going to be so fucking hard to do so, but she needs to because, yeah. That's actually really quite interesting that this analogy is used, I mean...
大切に思ってきた友達の生きてきた時間と思いをそんな風に無駄なものにしても
Oh, that's interesting because obviously forgetting about, you know, forgetting about the past, completely denying it exists. Not only are you denying that awful incident, but you're also denying your friend. Yeah. The entire existence of Nagisa, Gohair, you know, people like that.
竜宮さん、
Ryugu-san.
もしそれでも心が咎めるというのなら
Yes. Oh,
あなたは
brilliant.
他の友達のためにその幸せのためにもっともっと頑張りなさい
Yes. If your conscience is still hounding you, then you should do your best for your other friends for the sake of that happiness.
そしてもう二度と今日のような後悔をしないために伝えるべきものはちゃんと伝えて
Yeah.
自分は一人じゃないって信じる勇気を持ちなさい
Yeah, and be able to say what you need to say, so you'll never have any more regrets like you had today. That's a key point. Yeah, talk about your fucking concerns. Yeah, have the courage to believe you're not alone. Yes, I like
そ
that.
れで償いができるんですか
That way I can atone for it.
亡くなった人がどう思ってもその友達があなたを許すわ、
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Regardless of what the dead may think, your friends will forgive you. Yeah.
自分のために頑張ってくれた優しいあなたを認めてくれるわ
They can appreciate that you did the best you could for yourself and accept your
そ
kindness.
して私も
Yeah.
あなたのことを許してあげられる気が
Oh,
する
that's brilliant. And I at least feel that I can forgive you. Donway gently held her hand out as she said that. Dana just stared at it for a while, unable to comprehend what it meant. But after a while, she placed her hand on top and grabbed it back. Brilliant.
ね
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, must be really quite awkward.
はい
Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, that's so good. You know, Tomoe really just excels at it again. It's her speciality, of course she will, but like, yeah. Oh, so good what he's tried to do to her. I really like that, you know, obviously Tomoe is just giving Lena as much reassurance as possible. The fact that nobody is going to be guilty with her whatsoever. Everybody is going to accept her as a new, brilliant person. You know, she's going to live her life to the fullest, you know, just so she can obviously make up for all of the bad, you know, all of the horror she's, you know, an incident she did has been caused. What I think is even more horrible about this incident, it is half of it wasn't even her. Like, if she was in her rational state, she would have never gone that low. It's just because of her, you know, mental state combined with Hinamizawa syndrome, combined with the fucking, wait, no, I think she was taking pharmaceuticals after. No, hang on a second, no, her mother left her pharmaceuticals. Or at least that's in the anime, I know. Wait, no, I don't know, actually. No, the anime's completely different. Oh, I don't know. She's probably on pharmaceuticals as well, they didn't help. Oh god, yeah, she was still lost and confused with sadness and guilt and continuing to nag at her. Nevertheless, feeling swept up by Tomoe's words, a gently smile finally reappeared on Dana's. Good. And at the same time, the heavy weight bearing down on her shoulders until now finally disappeared, and a radiant sensation spread all the way to her heart. Reina and Nagisa. These two close friends could never meet again. No. That's sad. Thinking about that made Tomoe feel trapped by regret and self-loathing. Fair. But now, at least for the moment, she wanted to pray for Ryugu Reina's happiness. Yeah, Tomoe believed that until the very end. That's what Nagisa... until the very end, that's what Nagisa would have wanted for her best friend. Yeah, let's head back. Can you stand? Yes. What the fuck? Oh god, poor her. God, that really just shows how fucking... Yeah, that's understandable. She needs to pray for Rena's happiness, and I do too. Oh my god. Tomoe tried to support her, but thanks to the momentum, they both stumbled and fell. Oh god, that's embarrassing. Oh god. Fuck, that must hurt. Ow. I'm sorry. No, you do not be sorry. Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. Oh god. Reina suddenly looked down and noticed her knees. They must have scraped against the gravel or something when she or something when she fell, because they were because she was lightly bleeding. Looks like you got hurt. Hold on a sec, I'll get you a bandage. That moment. Oh my god. Right. Do you remember what happened when she saw really bad pharmaceuticals and they were forced down her throat and she was literally made a living zombie? Yeah, not very good things. Oh my god, this could be fucking bad. This could really be the be-all and end-all, I suppose. A pill packet spilled out from Tomoe's front pocket. Reina suddenly tilted her head when she saw it, but then she gasped in fright. These are Nagi? No, they are not Nagisa's pills. They are Natsumi's pills.
Nani?
Oh no. What is it? Ryugu-san, what's wrong? No way, that medicine. No! She was thinking... Oh my god, this is so bad. Reina leaned forward and picked up the medicine pack that had fallen to the ground. No! Are they red? Then after flipping it over to confirm the colour of the capsule, she opened her eyes even wider in shock. And I'm assuming that does not mean personal computer. I knew it, this is PC. Just Ed, why do you have this? Oh, thank fucking god. So, I don't think Reina is actually suspecting Tomoe yet. But it could lead to suspicion easily. Yeah, I was taking this medicine until a little while ago. Yeah! Ryugu-san. What? This, because of this, I will suddenly lose myself. So that time I took this medicine and...
あの時
That time? What? Wait! That could be... Put two and two together. When then I did a little bit of a strangly to Tomoe. Oh my god. What is this song? Oh my god, I thought it was familiar. This is the Miotsukushi Oh, this is cool. Oh my god, it's like a proper sort of action-packed remix of the song. Oh, this is really good. Oh my god, whoever did this did a fucking good job. Oh, I'm loving it. How's the Oh yeah, that's good. Oh my god, this is so cool. What's the name of this? Is that song? Yeah. Sono no Kuyori. This is fucking cool. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm properly fucking jamming to this. This is... I love that I've just listened to this entirely before I've actually started playing. I wonder how it's gonna look. What's it gonna be? Yeah, like that, okay. Or is this an extended version of the song? No, I don't think it is. Nah.
まさかそれって茨城の傷害事件で
Now this is interesting. No wait, you mean the insult? Insult? Sorry, assault in Ibaraki. Then that's why it's turned completely. Hang on, she nodded. What? When Tomoe heard that, it felt like the disparate puzzle pieces inside her head were finally snapping together. Now this is interesting. This could potentially mean that all of the... This could firstly mean that what happened back then, it was completely induced by pharmaceuticals. But also... Sorry, when Nena tried to kill Tomoe. But also, what the fuck? Could the pharmaceuticals be the only thing that were, that was, you know, making her act like that? Could Hinamizawa syndrome really be the thing responsible here? Yeah, Kimiyoshi Natsumi's sudden transformation. Yeah, Ryugu Reina's assault in Ibaraki. Yeah, god. Even though the incident seemed completely unrelated, aside from the fact that the two of them were from Hinamizawa, there was a solid, very palpable connection between them, and the link binding them together was the medication that Reina referred just to as PC. PC, what does that mean?
竜宮さん
And it doesn't mean personal computer. Huh?
ちょっと
Yes.
この後寄り道してもいいかしら
Yeah, it's fucking urgent. Do you mind if we take a small detour after this? I wonder if Nena's actually going to meet
あなた
Natsumi.
の力が必要なのお願い
Ooh, there's something I need your help with, please. Oh my god! That's gonna be so fucking interesting! I genuinely wonder what's gonna happen though, seriously, because what the hell, man? Are we really saying that all of the mania Nena was actually having was induced by pharmaceuticals?
どうぞ
Even though, for example, you remember a red capsule, people were forcing that shit down her throat. They were injecting. No, they were not injecting, but like still. No, hang on a second. I do remember stuff about a needle and an injection, but like still, they were forcing her to actually be injected by it and just, you know, ingest, take it with some sort of means. Why? That's everything I want to know. Just that one word summarizes my entire thought process right now. Why? What, why, when, how, who, where? Right, I'm going to take a little break. Right, okay, I'm back now. Yeah, I'm going to have to be quite quiet, but, like, still. Yeah, so, this is going to be really... What?
インスタントだけど。
The fuck just happened to my menu? It's just instant coffee, though.
あ、すみません。
That's nice. I swear, why does Tomoe buy everybody instant coffee? She always does it. She's done that with Natsumi. No, she bought Natsumi juice. Yeah, I've seen Tomoe buy people drinks from the vending machines so much, I swear. Oh, thanks. Lena bowed her head while dropping a sugar cube and some cream into the coffee. Handed her to her in a paper cup, then gently blew on it and took a sip. Oh, nice. I'm jealous. It was fairly ordinary and not particularly tasty. Still was commenting on her thirsty throat, undergoing several hours of testing and answering so many questions. Oh, interesting, as she had been interrogated.
ごめんなさいね。いろいろと面倒をかけてしまって。
Oh, interesting. I wonder if Lena's actually been asked questions regarding, you know, the potential drugs she's taken. I'm sorry, I'm sure this has been a real pain for you.
疲れた?
You tired?
ちょっとだけ。
Yeah, just a little. Oh yeah, fair enough, yeah. I mean, God, undergoing hours of questioning, it's not easy. No way. Just a little.
でも平気です。
But I'm fine.
捜査に協力してくれて本当にありがとう。
Yeah, thank you very much for your cooperation on this investigation.
あなたからの情報は今後の活動で大切に使わせていただきます。
Interesting. The information you provided us will be extremely valuable going forward.
もちろん秘密は厳守の上で。
Oh my God, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah. And of course, this is all strictly confidential. Yes, she cannot go telling people about anything she's learned here. That's
よろしくお願いし
really
ま
bad.
す。
Yeah, I hope your investigation goes well. Interesting. I really wonder what, you know, she's actually been asked. Lena wrapped both of her hands around the paper cup and savored the aroma as she bowed to her head. It was a very innocent and obedient gesture. Yeah, there was... Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. There was no trace of the cruelty that Tomoe had witnessed in her before. Oh, Lena knew about Natsumi's medication. Fucking love this Ost. Upon learning that, Tomoe decided to drive over to Emrip's headquarters to speak with Chief Soma, who she was on friendly terms with. And when she found him resting in the laboratory break room, she somewhat forcibly requested that he analyse this drug and provide a counselling session for Yuki Lena. Wow.
お前な、いくらなんでも非常識だぞ。
God, I'm actually really quite surprised about that. So, yeah, forcibly analyse the drug and then also provide a counselling session. I wonder what would be gained for that. I mean, I seen counselling. Does she mean just a session where he can get loads of information out of her? Do you have any idea how this insane this is?
こういうのは手続きを踏んで、こちらの都合を聞いてから。
Oh, you really think Tomoe's ever going to leave it here? You can't just demand things when it suits your convenience.
無茶を言ってるのは重々承知しています。
I love that. I'm well aware this is an unreasonable request.
そこを曲げて、なんとか。
Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, but sometimes you need to bend the rules. She didn't even know if this could wait for another day. I mean, understandable. You have the opportunity, and obviously it would be seen as really, really creepy if Lena was taken into police custody like the day after. So, yeah. She needs to wait another day. Plus, you couldn't call in a student like Lena very often. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Additionally, there was a possibility that information could be leaked, like, all fair, yeah, leading to more evidence being destroyed. So she had to do everything she could to prevent a worse, case scenario from befalling the girl. Given those considerations, a rapid response was far more important than some notion of pride or common sense. Yeah.
お願いします、相馬さん。
Please, Soma-san.
たく、今度おごれよ。
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, to be honest, I didn't doubt at all that he'd ever declined it, but yeah.
とんでもねえやつと関わっちまったもんね。
I've got mixed up with someone so outrageous. Well, that's Tomoe for you. It's... yes, even though he bitched and moaned about it, Soma agreed to cooperate. Yeah, that's really, really good, yeah. Tomoe gave him a hearty thank you, then bowed to Reina in the next room over.
レイナさん、いきなりで本当に申し訳ないと思ってる。
Reina-san, I'm really sorry for pushing all of this on you so suddenly.
でも、あなたの協力が必要なの。
Yeah, but I need your help.
この薬の正体を私は何としてでも突き止めたい。もうこれ以上の被害者を出さないためにも。
I need to find the truth behind this medicine so I can prevent there from being any more victims.
よろしくお願いします。
Please, I'm begging for your cooperation.
刑事さん
Detective. The Tomoe gave her a brief explanation on the situation in her car on the way here. Reina was confused by the rapidly developing situation and hesitated to reply for a moment. Oh yeah, understandable. I mean, so much is happening, and yeah, she's just, you know, really quite clueless, and obviously she's really quite regretful of the past, and she's quite confused as well, I'm assuming. Still, she sympathised with Tomoe's appeal and realised that Nagisa believed in this detective. Oh yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's really, really convenient for her. So she raised her head and nodded.
わかりました。
Understood.
何ができるかわかりませんが、お
Good
願
for
いし
her,
ます。
yeah. I'm not sure what I can do, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
ありがとう。
You can just see from that how much it means stuff to Tomoe. Oh my god, I wonder what they're going to be able to find out. Then Soma entrusted specialized researchers to analyze the drug Tomoe provided him. Brilliant. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, Tomoe is gonna get so fucking much for this. Yeah, and it's really quite good the NRIPS people were doing this because, you know, Tomoe is the main, you know, NRIPS is the main organisation that Tomoe wants to impress, so giving them work, I mean, my god, that really is going to be quite convenient for them. I'm actually quite surprised they're specialised to do this, but they are. Like researching and counselling, I would have thought they'd be completely different things. Oh. She was interviewed on various topics subjected to blood tests, EEG readings and more. They'd arrived at NRIPS before noon, but by the time they had finished everything, the western sky was already dyed in red.
じゃあレイナさん、
So Reina-san.
半年前ひなみ沢のゴミ山にいたあなたを見ていたのが私だとは全く気づいていなかったと。
Half a year ago, you didn't realise I was watching you at the garbage mountain, is that right?
はい。
What? What the fuck? Wait, what? That's so weird. That is so surprising. Oh my god. So whatever this drug is, it could have potentially, you know, made the incident so bad that, like, she has actually done this. To be honest, I will never deny Hinamizawa syndrome's existence, but at the same time, the fact that, you know, this drug seems to really, instead of curing her from it, it seems to, I don't know, be like a catalyst on it. Well, that's not really a correct word, because it does get used up, but like, yeah, still, you get what I mean. It speeds, you know, the process of getting a higher level symptom up. That's so weird. I did not give a wholehearted nod. Her expression was stiff from the anxiety and tension. God, understandable, yeah. But her eyes were unraveling as she looked straight at Tomoe sitting in front of her, asserting her innocence. Yeah.
確かに以前工事現場の跡地で遊んでいる時に通りがかった誰かが私を見ているって感じたことは何度かあ
I
りま
felt
す。
like people passing by were watching at me when I was playing at the construction site on more than one occasion. I mean, understandable if you see somebody playing in a junkyard. I mean, you are gonna look,
だけど
but
それをはっきり見て誰か
yeah,
な
yeah,
って
definitely,
確
yeah.
かめたことはほとんどないし、話もしなかった人の顔なんてよく覚えていません。
But I've never felt the need to confirm if they were staring. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah. And it's hard to recall faces of people you've never spoken to. Yeah, fair. And so I don't really remember them.
それもそうよね。
Well, that sounds reasonable. Tomoe shrugged her shoulders and bitterly smiled while gulping down her coffee. She was able to recognise Yudena, the garbage mountain, because although she had spoken with her about her right before that. Yeah, definitely. No, but I was always really convinced that she had a really high level of the syndrome, and this, really built up her paranoia about, her happiness being taken away from her, for example. That would be a really good cause. But as far as Dana was concerned, Tomoe was nothing more than a stranger. Yeah. Just as you forget the faces of people you pass by on the road, it's hard to remember the faces of strangers you only see from a distance.
じゃあこの人は
Then what about this
あ
man?
なたに1ヶ月ほど前に接触した刑事なんだけ
This
ど
is the detective who contacted you about a month ago.
すみません、覚えていません。
Huh? Hang on a second, I thought this was Oishi, but no, it can't be. But of course then I wouldn't know Oishi. I'm sorry, I don't remember him.
だけどこんな刑事さんに話しかけられたことは多分なかったと思います。
But I don't think I've ever spoken to a detective
So-
like him. That's so weird. Tomoe took the photo back from Renana and let out a sigh as she placed it back in her jacket pocket. Yeah, as expected, that one fact was now confirmed.
この刑事はあなたに渚さんが死んだことを話したって私には言ってたのよ。
What? This detective told me that he informed you of Nagisa's
で
death.
も実際はそうじゃなかった。
Yeah, now that is interesting. If Hanada is actually lying. It's either that he's lying or Elena was on drugs when this had actually happened and that contradictory reaction was true. It's really quite impossible to tell.
はい、渚ちゃんのこと本当に知りませんでした。
Even if she was in a state of horrible, upheaval caused by the drug, yeah, I think that would have made her really snap her wits. I mean, she would have done something if she was in a really bad state and then discovered this.
私、柿内に行ったのもこの前が初めてなんです。
Yeah, exactly. I've never even come to Kakiuchi
まし
before.
て半年前電話ボックスで刑事さんを襲ったなんて絶対に違います。
And attacking a detective in a phone booth last year? Absolutely not.
私じゃありません。
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, so you can really debate on how much, what this drug is actually doing. I mean, my God, if these people are doing deeds that, make it sound as if, it's not even their work. That is so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird though, seriously. Hanada may have been lying. Could you imagine if Hanada, the person that is one of the most faithful people to Tomoe, is actually a mole for the mountain dogs? I mean, it's not fully impossible. You can't trust anybody. That's so weird. The fact that she has no recollection, and secondly that, she doesn't feel as if she's done it. Was she lying to cover for it? Those doubts flashed through Tomoe's mind. Understandable, but no. What? And yeah, at the same time, when she recalled the feeling around her neck, a strange sense of discomfort began to rise up inside Tomoe's chest.
本当に私首を絞められたの？
How can you deny that though? You objectively did get strangled. Yeah, then I actually get strangled too. Oh god, that sound, yeah. She thought back on how she felt while being strangled by Natsumi. I noticed that it felt different. Just before she fainted half a year ago, she didn't feel agony, but an acute, sharp pain. Well, that's nice. You've been strangled by 2 people on drugs. On the same drug. What the fuck? Oh, and that's right, an unusual itch, like something crawling out of her skin. That's so weird. What? Let's think of it. Immediately after waking up at the EDA clinic, there were scratches on Tomoe's neck. It seemed reasonable to receive nail marks while being strangled, but scratches... Yeah! That is so weird. Scratches along the throat seemed a little odd. So obviously receiving nail marks while being strangled, and then also receiving marks along the throat. Plus, wasn't Yurina standing outside the telephone booth in the first place? I'd assumed the door was open.
あれ？
Huh?
ちょっと
Wait a
待って。
minute. Tomoe imagined the shape of the telephone booth and realised that there was something strange about the timing of her being caught by surprise. What? The door was hinged and had a full view of the outside through the glass. The area outside was illuminated, so if Lena was standing there, she should have been able to see her before she could open the door. Yeah, I agree. That is properly weird. What? And yeah, she didn't know that Dana was standing right in front of her until after the door was open. I mean, what she saw is what she saw. I don't doubt for a second that she did actually see it. It's just so weird that this is the code. That is so weird though. I really wonder if she's actually... No, because hang on a second, if we put the pieces together. So, in Tokyo Higurashi, I remember that Tomoe had actually heard, various signs of Hinamizawa syndrome, like, for example, presences. Yeah, that's it. But still, that is an example. She could have potentially really developed Hinamizawa syndrome and the stress of, nearly being killed by Reno. How the hell? Yeah, that is really quite odd. To be honest, even if Tomoe was standing with her back to Lena, she would have been able to, hear somebody creeping up on her. I'm sure she is. She has a detective's intuition. Odd. Yeah, the facts weren't adding up, so deep in Tomoe's heart, she shook her head at the idea. Interesting. Then did she just dream that Lena was beyond the door? Was it a hallucination? This is just so awful, the fact that she can't even trust what she's seen. In theory, it didn't make a lot of sense. She didn't think she had the kind of... Yeah, I agree, yeah. But you don't need it for Hinamizawa syndrome, no way. She didn't think she had the kind of mental illness that would make her confuse delusions and reality. And didn't even want to think about it. Yeah. But it's true that Tomoe had been suffering from sleep deprivation. An excessive fatigue from working hard every day, just as Dr. EDA had pointed out to her. Oh, now that is interesting. So she decided to call Oishi. Right, and right after she did, she started feeling her mind loosening up, and then... Yeah, she let out a big yawn. Her head was cloudy and her legs felt weak. What's this here? Oshi will probably arrive 10, no, maybe 20 minutes after Tomoe called him. She leaned on the glass beside her and rested her cheek against it. It was cold and somehow felt good. Before long, it became difficult to keep her eyes open, and it felt like her cheek was being pulled upward as if her field of view gradually shifted lower. God, she's barely conscious, holy fuck. I mean, she has just been strangled, it doesn't really surprise me. She had only noticed that she had slumped down to the ground after she was fully seated there. God, that's really surprising. There was a mild pain in her elbow. She must have bumped it somewhere. Oh yeah, she probably bumped it on falling down. Even though her consciousness was sinking so far into the void that it didn't bother her at all. Interesting that. So she's barely conscious. Yeah, she's barely conscious, so that can maybe tell you that the mind's obviously in a weaker state, and it being really, really fatigued and, you know, weak from that could potentially have made her susceptible to the hallucinations. That's interesting. But the only thing is with Tomoe, I mean, Miyamoto syndrome is entirely a mental disease, so no, but the thing is, investigating somebody as creepy as Hidena, and obviously everything around her, while being watched by the mountain dogs, yeah, it must be really quite creepy. It's not surprising that she has got some of the symptoms, but the thing is, why has she got them this intense? Because, I mean, she was literally scratching her neck. That is level 5 symptoms. And if she had the symptoms, why did they only remain there? Why haven't they become like something that's been really quite significant and, you know, ruined her life? That's so surprising though. I just can't imagine how unconscious you must be to fall and not even notice it. I see. What does she see? If it's from a dream she had after falling asleep into miserable reality, the reasoning would work out. No, but the only thing is she fell asleep after the events actually happened. She cannot deny what she saw and what she felt, and the fact that she was actually in the clinic afterwards. By that time, if it was all a hallucination, then she wouldn't have the visible signs of injury. She wouldn't have neck marks that have, you know, formed from a nail really tightly gripping the neck. Just who was that strange girl that spoke to her the night before she fainted? Yeah, right before she fainted. If it happened in a dream, it should have looked like somebody she'd met before. Yeah, definitely. No, I agree, but no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't remember seeing a girl like that. Many questions still remain, but at least with regards to Dana, Tomoe seemed to have reached some level of understanding. And when Madoka's car exploded, yes, she saw Dana at the scene. Now I think this was hallucinated. I think the mountain dogs actually did this as a threat. That too is probably a misconception on Tomoe's part. She may have seen a similar looking girl and projected her beliefs onto that for such. I mean, there is nobody similar to Dana that we know, but yeah. Got it. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, I find it really quite surprising that, you know, Tomoe beforehand couldn't trust this girl whatsoever, and now, you know, she's literally believing anything she says. But it is actually true, this. She wouldn't lie. There's no point. Yeah, at least she couldn't spot any lies in Dana's testimony, and she couldn't believe her crying. Oh my god, yeah, you'd have to be a brilliant actor to, you know, act that out. Yeah, she couldn't believe her crying and Nagisa's grave was mere acting. I'm sorry, I've been suspicious of you for a long time. Oh yeah, fair enough, but I kind of get the feeling that Dana, I mean, Tomoe has done so much good for Dana that I don't really think she's going to care much. I forced you into such an uncomfortable situation. Really, I'm terribly sorry.
え、そんな。
Oh, good for her. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Seeing a woman far older than her bowing so deeply caused Helena caused her to be overwhelmed with awe. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's normally the other way around. It is quite surprising. Yeah, I mean, that really just shows the depth of her apology. Even when you're in the wrong, it's very hard, and it takes a lot of courage to... Oh, interesting. Yeah, because obviously that would completely undermine your status and importance. Yeah, it's very hard, and it takes a lot of courage to apologise to somebody younger than yourself. She completely understood that. Lena suddenly remembered... Oh god, why? Lena suddenly remembered her mother, who she had driven away from her memories. Why was it she gave up all of her... What? Why was it she gave up all her love for her and wanted to deny having her as a parent at all? She realised the reason.
そうだ。
That's right.
あの人は私たちに謝らなかった。
She never apologised to us. Even until the very end, Lena's mother never apologised. Oh my god, I know. It was like she didn't even fucking exist. Yeah, even after betraying Lena's father and cutting off her relationship with Lena, she didn't offer a single word of apology. That is a horrible mother right there. Oh my god, if you're so bad of a parent that you don't even offer a word of apology, and if you don't even, you know, for example, you could talk to Lena, see if she's okay. Oh god, yeah, of course the alimony payments they receive could logically be seen as a substitute for that. Yeah, money doesn't mean, you know, money is different to emotion. But what she truly wanted at that time was a proper apology to her and her father. Yeah, understandable, yeah. If she had new and important things she wanted to do, moving on was inevitable. Yeah. Her mother was a talented woman with her own values and her own life to live. But she should have at least offered an apology, even a single word, for making it impossible to... Yeah, my god, that's so true. Yeah, for making it impossible for things to go back the way they were before. Now, and the thing is, I mean, this is awfully What the fuck is the DPI on my mouse? This is awfully understanding of Lena, but no, it's not right. If you have a life to live, if you want to move on in life, you can't. It's a lot harder to do it if you have kids, because you have to. If you actually want to be a good parent, then you need to devote as much time as possible for your kids. Just wait until she's, I don't know, 16 or, you know, an age where she can fend for herself, really. God, it really is awful, that. Yeah, because the thing is, I mean, you know, Redena's mother being able to, you know, progress in her life and obviously meet another person and live a new life, I mean, fair enough for her, but, like, it's fucking selfish for everybody else. Yeah, for lying, for betraying their trust. Yeah, definitely, yeah. To understand how much she hurt us by trampling on the precious family time we've been living thus far. Yeah, definitely, instead of simply running away from it. She's an adult, so even if the person she wronged was a child, she should sit up straight and accept it. Agreed, yeah. Even if she tried to maintain social appearances while doing so, she could be forgiven. Yeah, even if it wasn't, I mean, it has to be fully honest and from the heart as well. You can't, for example, be saying it just because you want, you know, you to look better socially, or because, you know, you're trying to be careful about maybe Aki's thoughts there, and, you know, as a result, he's really quite skeptical of her after. But instead, she chose to behave selfishly without, showing a hint of kindness. No, I agree, yeah. More than anything else, that was the reason Lena couldn't forgive her mother. Yeah, I can fully understand that.
怒る資格は 私にはない。
What? Why? I have no right to be angry about that. After all, regardless of her reasons, Lena also ran away from her own problems in Ibaraki. Oh god, that's interesting. I mean, now, to be fair, you could actually say that, you know, Lena running away from her problems, it did have the same effect. Like, she'd done something so bad to these people, and then she's just disappeared without a trace. But the only thing is, she's, you know, in really, really bad mental conditions, whereas, you know, her mother was just totally normal. She's evil naturally, but Lena's evil, you know, because of drugs, basically, and Hinamizawa syndrome. You know, she cast aside everything that used to be important to her and started a new life. Yeah. Yeah, fair, even though she knew doing so would cause pain, trouble and suffering for our old friends. Oh god. Yeah, but the detective standing in front of her acknowledged her mistakes and apologised and even believed in her. Yeah, she did believe in her. I think that's a really quite important thing. Though she was angry about it above all, she still regarded her like a dear friend. That's nice. That really is.
自分もこうなりたい。
I want to be like that. Earnestly fighting to protect her loved ones and becoming the sort of person who won't betray others next time. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yes, deep in her heart, Lena steadfastly saw that.
ありがとうございます、刑事さん。
Thank you, detective.
それから
And also,
何？
what is it?
終わらせないでください。
Please don't let it end this way.
このまま他の誰かが私と同じ間違いを起こさ
Oh,
ないよう
yeah, I
終わら
like
せない
this.
でください。
Yeah, don't allow anybody else to make the same mistakes
お
I
願い
made.
します。
Yeah, I'm begging you. Of course, I mean, that is a really quite scary thought. Like, who would actually make mistakes if, you know, they were made? Yes, I
約
promise.
束する。誓うわ、レイナさん。いえ、レナさん。
I swear, Lena-san. I mean, Lena-san. How does she know that she's called Lena? Yeah, she's flat. No, not flattered, startled. Yeah, Tomoe referred to Lena using her common nickname in Hinamizawa. When she heard that, she was stunned for a moment, staring back at her with her eyes open wide. Yeah, how did she actually find out? Yeah, she wanted to throw away all the icky things and be reborn as a new person. That was the strong wish behind that word. No. At first, it seemed like an aggressive way of running from her old self, but now it suited Lena. It seemed like it suited Lena best. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
リュウグウレナ。素敵な名前だと思うわ。
Yeah, that's nice. Ryugu Lena, I think that's a lovely
これ
name.
からは私もそう呼ばせてもらいたい。
Yeah, I'd like to go with that from now on.
構わないかしら。
If you don't mind. Oh, she's really quite happy.
はい。
Sure. Lena, or rather Lena. Yeah, nodded her head and gave a bright smile.
来てよかった。
Yeah, I'm glad I got... Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, because this is really, really beneficial. It came with a lot of sad feelings, but this would give her the courage to take the next step. Lena engraved those thoughts into her heart as she wiped the tears. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, she's probably just thinking about her mother, and then, you know, as a result of that, really, a lot of sadness from it. After leaving Lena in the conference room by the lab, Tomoe headed to the medical exam room where Soma was waiting. She found him smoking by the open window just outside the room. Interesting, so maybe what was found could potentially be something of real shock.
診察室内は禁煙だからな。
Yeah, smoking is prohibited in the exam rooms after all.
検煙家の前だが失礼するよ。
Oh, sorry to do this in front of somebody who dislikes smoking. Oh yeah, of course Tomoe's not a smoker. Let's go. That's really quite interesting, this. Yeah, I suppose you could say that, you know, having a new name, completely denying your old identity. Fair. That's just so interesting, that link between Lena and her mother. You could potentially make. The thing is about Lena, though, she's really, really hard on herself because, I mean, obviously she did do the deeds, but at the same time she was at a time of, you know, insane, you know, mental health conditions. So she can't fully blame herself for the incident, but she does. She blames herself as if, you know, she never was really mental.
いえ、お構いな
Don't
く。
worry, I don't mind.
どうですか、彼女の症
Yeah,
状。
right. So what can you tell me about her symptoms?
小康状態には違いなさそうだな。
It appears that it's no different from my last
以前
state.
に処方された薬がよほど体に適合していたらしい。
Alright. Interesting. The medicine she was previously prescribed seemed to suit her physically.
普通の専門医なら問題なしで様子見の診断を下しているところだ。
Interesting. An ordinary doctor would likely say there were no problems and suggest a wait and see
普通
approach.
ならですか。
An ordinary doctor? Tomoe says there was something behind those. Yeah, no, I know, yeah. There's something more to the eye that is met here. So a dubious look floated to her face. Yes, across this cigarette butt in the ashtray by the window, then double-checked that there were no other people in the surrounding area before continuing in a whisper. Yeah, it's totally confidential, this stuff.
いわゆる潜在的なトラウマってやつだな。
She has something called latent trauma.
過去に起こした事件の記憶が本人の心に相当の重圧をかけているのか。 無意識のうちに現実逃避的な思考と言動を選ぶ傾向にある。
When memories of past incidents put a lot of pressure on one's mind, they have an unconscious tendency to seek out escapist thoughts and actions.
慎重に確かめなければ前向きで楽観的な性格ゆえんと誤解されかねないところだ。
Yeah, if not carefully checked, it can easily be mistaken for a positive and optimistic personality. Now that's interesting. Yeah, it's really quite interesting. So, because you're so traumatized by the past, you do anything that contrasts what you actually did in the past.
現実逃避。
Escapism?
ああ、
Right.
内心では疑っているのに強がってそう信じよ
Oh,
うと
yeah,
す
yeah, definitely, yeah. Even though doubts still linger in her mind, she tries to believe what she wants to
例
believe.
えばこうであってもらいたいという願望や理想が絶対だと決めつけてかかるって感じにな。
For example, it seems she decided that her aspirations and ideals for things to be the way she wants them to be are absolute. Hmm.
それに彼女の腕にごく薄くだが
Oh,
切り傷の
God.
跡が残っていた。
Yeah, and they were very thin, but there were cut marks on her arm.
聞いてみたところどうやら過去には自傷
Jesus
行為もやって
fucking
いたらしい。
Christ. Oh my God. So, I mean, I knew she literally mutilated herself. I mean, but at the same time, if she's done it so badly that there are still scars months later, fucking hell. That's insane. When asked about it, she said she had been engaged in self-harm in the
自
past.
傷行為ですか。
Oh my God, but Tomoe doesn't actually know. Tomoe doesn't know to the extent of which she's
自分の血管の中に白い虫のようなものがたくさん這いずり回っていて、皮膚の内側から食い破らんばかりに暴れ回っている。
Now Tomoe really needs to connect the dots. That's similar to a sensation she was feeling. Yeah, she said there were many white insects running through her blood vessels and biting and tearing at her from beneath her
それ
skin.
を外に出すために刃物で傷を作って
Yeah.
悪く濁った血ごと外に出そう
Yeah,
と
but the
し
thing
た。
is, it just spread and spread. And she opened a wound with a knife in order to get that nasty, murky blood out of her system. Solma lit another cigarette after saying that, and then exhaled a puff of smoke out of the window. He was a foremost expert across all of Japan, Jesus, in the field of psychosomatic counselling. Yeah, no, he does sound really, really professional from what we've heard. The fact that he was able to get this much information out of her was likely due to his exceptional skill. That's very convenient with Tomoe. I mean, this is a serious investigation, of course. She needs as much as
そ
possible.
れにしても虫。
Anyway, what's all this about bugs? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Insects being present in the bloodstream is not normally possible. Yeah, definitely, yeah. If microorganisms got inside, white blood cells would activate and consume them. Yeah. Or if that's still not enough, then blood clots will form, causing the body to undergo neurosis. Yeah. I thought neurosis was a mental condition, though. Jesus Christ. So tingling in hands and feet, sharp stabbing pain, numbness in the hands or feet, a weak heavy feeling in the arms and legs, which feels like they sometimes lock in place, Jesus. Regularly dropping things from your hands, buzzing or shocking sensation, drop in blood pressure, excessive sweating as well. Interesting. God. Yeah. Thus, if there was a problem in the circulatory system, it would happen in the heart before the blood vessels. Yeah. No, I suppose so, actually, yeah.
実際そんな妄想と言っていいのかは分かりませんが、血管の中に虫が湧いているような感覚になることって本当にあるのですか?
Does this delusion, well, I don't know if I should call it that, but is there a real condition that can make somebody think they have insects in their blood vessels? Yeah.
虫というのとはちょっと違うが、血管の中に何かがいるように感じることは不安神経症患者の症例にもある。
This is not the same as insects in particular, but there are cases of certain anxiety patients feeling that something is present in their blood vessels.
ストレスから触覚神経が過敏、あるいは異常に電気信号を脳に伝えて、脈動を本来以上の振動として感じさせるといった具合になる。
Stress can cause touch sensory nerves to become hypersensitive, or for abnormal electric signals to be transmitted to the brain, which may cause the subject's pulse to be stronger than normal.
それを思考の混乱から虫が湧いて出てくるなどと錯覚させて、視覚神経系にありもしない現像を投影することは別に不思議な夢物語でもない。
If this is all just caused by excessive stress. And it is actually really interesting that not everybody in Hinamizawa that actually gets Hinamizawa syndrome feels bugs under their skin. Only a select amount of people do. It's odd that, for example, Keiichi, he never felt it. So that could potentially show that there's a massive amount of stress and, you know, yeah, so abnormal signals are being sent from, you know, touch nerves and, you know, normal amounts of electric signals are sent to the brain. And to actually compensate for that weird amount, visual images are impacted. That's just so weird. To be fair, Unena has never said that she's heard a crawling sound, I don't think. She always feels the crawling, but she never really hears the sounds. She would have thought if, you know, bugs were crawling around in your body, you'd hear at least a sound when you, for example, you know, slit yourself open. Oh, necrosis. Oh my god, I completely misread that one. Where's necrosis? Premature cell death. Oh god. Jesus, that is not. What the fuck? This person's skin is literally black. Death of tissues of the body due to a lack of blood flow or other factors. It can be caused by injury, infection, or chemical exposure. Jesus, there's so many types. Depression, hallucinations, memory loss or impairment, personality change, and seizures. Interesting. Depression and Oh god, this is so weird. If you did actually look at it from a real world point of view, completely denying Hinamizawa syndrome's existence, then yeah, there is depression, there's hallucinations, there is memory loss actually, there are personality changes, don't know about seizures, but like still, that's 4 out of the 5 symptoms that then are actually, you know, would apply to. That is so weird. Oh my god. This has just got so much more saucy, this story. Holy shit. That is just so... I mean, obviously, Denhard doesn't have necrosis, she can't. But, yeah, at the same time it is... In theory, she could actually have necrosis. She could have actually had it because, you know, lack of blood flow is the main cause to body tissue. She would have probably... You know, she's cut vessels in her blood. Of course there could be a lack of blood flow. But at the same time, it doesn't really explain why, after coming to Hinamizawa, she never felt any of those symptoms again.
Mm. そしてそういうホラー映画か何かを本人が以前に見たという経験があれば可能性はさらに大きくなる。
I mean, Lena, she's never really said anything about watching horror movies. I don't know. That's interesting though, that watching horror movies can actually characterize. Well, I suppose it can characterize what the worst, most scary thing is for you, and then you probably relive that because it's obviously the last thing you want. And yeah, that's probably the thing your brain subconsciously fills it in with, just because of, you know, the stress. Really, I mean. I don't know, it's actually really quite odd that if it fills anything, if it fills the gaps of, you know, was it visual something? Not visual novel, visual nervous system. Yeah, if it fills the gaps of that are caused by, for example, excessive electric pulses to the brain, then it is quite odd that it'd be a really bad thing that they imagine. Why can't it not be a good thing? And why does it have to be the extreme as well?
記憶と視覚イメージの混乱ですか?
Weird confusion between memories and visual imagery.
そういうことだ。
Essentially, yes. Interesting, that could actually apply to Tomoe. Come to think of it, she remembered. When Natsumi was hospitalized after fainting in the past, she mentioned she was scratching at her throat. Yeah, because it was tingling like insects were inside. Yeah, and that impulse grew even stronger when Tomoe suggested she take her medicine. Oh, now that is interesting. More stress, which will result more signals to the brain, and that means more insect sensations. In which case, maybe withdrawal symptoms of the drug can lead to self-harm? And Ryugu Reina went through a similar experience. Oh no. No, I mean, to be fair, I think Reina, if she tries to remember it, she literally gets, you know, stars coming up. She cannot remember it without feeling really, really sick. But yeah, she did not. She was constantly exposed to it.
例えばなんですが、
This is just an example, but
服用中あるいは効用が切れたことでそういった自傷行為を誘発するような薬って実際に存在するものなんでしょうか?
Are there any drugs that can lead a patient to self-harm while taking them, or after the effects have expired?
あるな。
There are. Oh God. Yeah. Hearing that so readily confirmed, Tomoe was at a loss for words. Oh my God, understandable, yeah. Sohma flicked his cigarette ash into the ashtray as he continued.
自殺は自己顕示の欲求から起きる行動だ。
Yeah, God, that's true. Yeah, suicide is an action born of self-expression.
なんて話を以前したことがあったよな。
We've discussed this before, haven't we?
伺いました。
Yes, I've asked about it in the past.
精神にストレスを抱えている人は自らの体を傷つけ、時には命さえも壊すことで不安定な自我の存在を確かめる行動に出る場合がある。
You said that people under extreme mental stress may harm themselves to confirm the existence of their unstable ego, sometimes even destroying their life. Interesting. Yeah, interesting that. Tomoe herself had suffered her own share of disappointment and despair, but she never wanted to die. So at one point she asked Soma for input while trying to understand the thoughts of young people choosing... Oh god, yeah, fair. Yeah, choosing to kill themselves out of desperation. He explained to her thoughts to keep the ego in check and actions of self-harm. At first, these two ideas seem contradictory, but in fact they originate from a single idea.
対人関係や仕事、勉強などでうまくいかない理由を自らのせいと思う気持ち。
Oh yeah. When something goes wrong in your interpersonal relationship, so at work or in your studies, you always feel that it's your
いわ
fault.
ゆる劣等感などから生じた内罰感情。
Fair, yeah, and so-called inferiority complex is a form of self-punishment for that.
それが自身への視覚的な懲戒へと駆り立てるという話でしたよね。
You tell me that's the main factor driving self-discipline. That's really quite interesting, though. Things going wrong, obviously, making you feel... Yeah, that's interesting. That's really quite interesting about the ego stuff. I'm assuming that, you know, what happens whenever you're in a suicidal state, you obviously feel really horrible about what's actually happening, but at the same time you probably have, you know, that contradictory sense that it's just like, the contradictory sense that he's actually confident in yourself. And, I don't know, this is trying to suggest that you harm yourself so that, you know, your ego can actually be met, and that... No, I don't know, I'm really trying to understand this, but it's kind of hard. Because, so, whenever you self-harm, it's because you're really fucking mad, and you are really, really cross about something. So... maybe it's because of you taking it out on yourself. Well, you taking it out on yourself could drive you to think that, you know, your ego has actually been fulfilled because you've done this horrible thing to yourself. And then, I don't know, for example, for some people, they could think, you know, they're so hurt from it that they will never do it again, and whereas others could think, you know, they're proud of what they've done and then may do it more. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with this so much, that second to last line of Tomoe's. Yeah, it's interesting that. So things going wrong actually leads to you feeling inferior to everybody else. But yeah, just not just on an internal level. And you told me, yeah.
そうだ。
That's interesting.
ただ、その精神状態が深刻な場合には、そこから思考がさらに進むこともある。
Interesting. Right, but if their mental state is serious enough, sometimes their thoughts can progress even beyond that.
いわゆる自己の他者化とでも言えばいいのかな。
It's what we call self-dissociation.
自分を他人とみなすですか。
Regarding yourself as a different person.
言い換えれば変身願望かな。
Oh right. For fuck's sake. Or to put it in other words, a desire to fully change yourself.
自分の劣っているところ、嫌いなところを他人のものとして自分自身から切り離し、存在を否定してしまうのさ。
I mean, she literally denies the existence of, you know, Ryugu-Eina. She wants to forget about it, and if anything, we have actually seen her on many accounts thinking that, you know, she and Ryugu-Eina are completely different people. say the inferior part of yourself, the part you hate, and dissociate it from yourself as if it were a completely separate entity. Yeah.
そして本人は自分が理想に描く人物像を脳内に作り上げ。
And then the subject can. No, but the only thing is, this is a really quite, self-dissociation. That's an interesting term. Yeah, because I mean, oh my god, on the internet I see things you can dissociate to all the time. God, I never really realised the meaning of it. Yeah, and then the subject can create an ideal version of themselves in their mind. Yeah, but the only thing is that's really deadly about this is when that ideal version is threatened.
概してそれは責任感が強い性格のやつほど陥りやすい。
Oh, interesting. Yeah, which Reina does have. Yeah, in general, people with a strong sense of responsibility are more likely to fall down this path. They hate to think that they hurt others, but they instinctively refuse to accept that somebody else might be the cause of. Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, because obviously they feel as if they are in the they've objectively done the incident, but they refuse to accept the factors leading to them having done the incident, and that shows why Lena is so hateful of herself. Even though she never considers her mental state at the time. They can certainly be seen as a virtue, but when a child with that sort of personality suddenly begins to hold hatred towards others, they will be confused. Oh, they'll be confused by the beliefs and values they always thought were absolute and get lost in the self-contradiction. Yeah, fair. Interesting, that's what I'm assuming, when somebody else holds hatred towards another person, even though, they've tried to become the ideal person they've truly wanted to be, and they've just really tried to set on a fixed set of values that completely contradict from, the really bad things that they've done before. If they, start feeling hatred, then they could potentially be... Yes, they'll be confused by the fact that they are actually feeling hatred to somebody and they're not feeling, everything their ideal personality would feel, which is happiness, all positive emotions. Thus, they try to be being a good child by denying these feelings of criticism for others and refuse to accept that these dark emotions are their own. Interesting. Yes, and no matter what, you're so disconnected from yourself that whenever you do something, it's like, doing a really quite bad incident and then denying that you did it because you're so swept up with a misconception that, you are your ideal self. And as a result of that, there's, just a lot of internal debate. Yeah, that's interesting. As a result, they begin to have violent hatred for them. Themselves in the depths of their heart, and that feeling can eventually transform into murderous intent and a desire to deny their very existence. Yeah, definitely. When their ideal personality, and the one they, as they put it, dissociated from beforehand, if that completely becomes something that's, if their ideal personality is threatened, then it's interesting that it can actually lead to this. But at the same time, you've put your old life behind, and then you've really fucked up your new life. What are you gonna do? You're not gonna be able to, leave that new life like you did with your old life. If you just constantly do that, then I don't know how you do so. But yeah, it just doesn't really sound like something that would be possible.
I
mean, not the only one, but yeah. So that's the psychological mechanism leading to suicide. Now this is a good question, and if so, is there a medication that can drive them into that thought pattern? The fuck? Did these actually exist? For example, anti-excitement drugs. Anti-excitement. Oh my god, I love it. Anti-excitement. So yeah, you're going to be happy, you're going to be excited, but bitch, I have some anti-excitement drugs. They don't prevent you from being excited or, looking forward to something. No, they affect the ability to send this delusions from reality. I mean, that is really quite surprising.
精神伝達能力の向上によって高まった凶暴な攻撃性が思考の錯綜によって自分すらその攻撃対象とするという感じだ。
And so their improved mental communication ability can result in an increase in violent aggression, and their confused thoughts can make even themselves the target of attack. Or so it goes. Yeah, that's interesting, that, so... Yeah, because I suppose if they interpret, for example, reality as a delusion, then I suppose being able to fully picture something and knowing what is going on will improve mental communication, and then... Yeah, but I suppose if a delusion is, perceived to be real, then yeah, that's definitely going to cause stuff like that. Yeah, so a delusion could entirely be interpreted as reality from here. Yeah, definitely.
だから一見理解不能とも思える異常行動は実は新たに生まれた価値観を持った人格が自我を確立するための本能的な行動ということになるな。
Thus, this abnormal behaviour that seems incomprehensible at first glance, yeah, fair enough, yeah, is actually instinctual behaviour for a newly born personality trying to establish its own ego. Natsume has definitely got this. But the only thing is, I think Natsume's newborn personality, I mean, it's not newborn, it's like 2-3 years old. Wait, no, I'm overestimating it. I think it's only 1 or 2. But the thing is, she moved out of Okinomiya when she moved to Kakyuchi. Completely new start. In other words, a split personality. That was what Soma was describing. The more human beings are forced to live in a way they don't wish for, like being marginalised while growing up, will cause them to subconsciously develop dark emotions. Yes, definitely, yeah. Hatred, hostility, resentment, and more, often accompanied, by a desire for destruction. Yeah, this is normally kept in check by the reasoning and emotions of their original personalities, so they wouldn't act on impulses without a strong trigger. Yeah, true. Yeah. But what if that balance was disrupted by the medication they're taking? Brilliant thought. Yeah, because I think this is what's happening. If anything, it's kind of a fantasy.
例えば、黒い感情によって生まれた別の思考は、本来その人物の持つそれとは違う。
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is about these really dark personalities is that, firstly, you have no control over it. It's literally a subconscious thing. And secondly, like, it is the pinnacle of the worst emotions you've, thought, really. If anything, it's a kind of fantasy. For example, thoughts born from these dark emotions create another personality that the original person never possessed at all. Yeah.
生まれた人格は自分を今の状況にした対象すべて攻撃的感情を持つよ。
We really see this with Natsumi. And then obviously, but yeah, more so Natsumi. Yeah, and then the newly born personality will feel hostility towards the subject to put them in their current situation.
さらにはその存在を否定し続けた本来の人格に対しても強い
Oh
憎
yeah,
しみを
yeah,
持ち
definitely.
始
And
め
that is interesting. And furthermore, they'll continue to feel intense hatred for the original personality that continues to deny their existence. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. The thing is that newborn personality is deadly. I mean, it will never, ever, be rational. It will never fail to be as inconvenient and awful as possible, really. And furthermore, they'll continue to feel intense hatred for the original personality that continues to deny their resistance.
錯乱した強行
Yeah, definitely. Ultimately leading to acts of violence and their derangement.
最後は自殺だ
Yeah, it's interesting because whenever we see like really bad, for example, Natsume, what happens in Somayachi, she's not really a good example. She mainly kills her family because she mainly kills her mother because she goes insane, and then obviously in the end of it, Natsume becomes insane after killing her mother, who was also insane, and then that leads her to killing everybody else. And Kage Boss is a really quite good example because, Natsume literally kills everybody and then after that feeling really, really bad and feeling fucking awful. She would do it. She would have, if it wasn't for Chisato, she would have suicided. But the only thing is I think that, I suppose blow to her personality being so significant meant that, it wasn't possible for her to suicide. She just didn't have her bad personality, just didn't have the strength to, reside in her. But the thing is about the bad personality, it's only caused by, drugs. It isn't actually caused by her own intuition. If she slacks on taking drugs, wait, no, hang on a second, no. If she takes too much, or if she doesn't take too, it's only if she takes too many. Yeah. While listening to Soma's explanation, Tomoe came to understand that this strange and seemingly incomprehensible series of events was in all likelihood triggered by realistic factors. Yeah, the Oyasuro-sama that Neina spoke of and Natsume were secretly afraid of didn't exist. Well, that's not very true, but at the same time it is fair that she thinks that. Everything was caused by this drug-induced confusion and explosive impulses of emotion.
ありがとうございます。おかげで助かりました。
Thank you, you've been a huge help.
これで松岡君の資料が揃えば、今後の捜査にも目処が立ってき
No,
ま
I
す。
agree, yeah. I agree. I really wonder what they're actually going to conclude. And I really wonder if they're actually going to learn about the EDA clinic and the Hinamizawa syndrome research, because this is going to contradict what they're learning so much if they do. Thank you, you've been a huge help. With this and the results, Matsuoka-kun is working on the future of this investigation.
松岡って岐阜県警のか
Matsuoka from the Gifu Prefectural Police.
ええ、そうですけど、それが
Yes, that's right. What about it? Soma and Matsuoka previously had a junior/senior relationship where they went to the same place, so it was natural for him to immediately recognize the name. Oh, interesting. What? But he found with a look on his face so pained that Tomoe could practically hear it.
相馬さん。
Soma-san.
そっちの資料は諦めるんだが
What? Just give up on that
お
material.
そらくお前の手元には届かない
It's probably far beyond your reach.
え、
Huh?
さっき岐阜県警から俺のところに抗議の電話があってな。
Hang on a second, what? Gifu Prefectural Police recently called me to file a
松
complaint.
岡が俺の頼みでとある薬の分析を上層部に無断で行ったと。
Oh no, they were upset with that Matsuoka was analysing a drug on my request without consent of upper management.
一体何のことだと思ったものの、確かに以前似たような依頼をかけたことがあったし、素直に頭を下げておいたが、そうか、なるほどな。
I've made similar requests in the past and he obediently obeyed, but I wonder what the hell was going on, so that's what happened then.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean? Yeah, that's interesting. That's actually really quite bad because obviously in an organisation as significant as the police force, you know, Tomoe, you know, she's really going to need an image. She can't have a good image if, you know, she's getting information from acts that go against upper management. Yeah.
The ここに来た時にお前が懸念していた圧力ってやつだ。
The pressure you worried about when you first came
お
here.
前が松岡に分析を依頼したことを誰かが岐阜県警のお偉方に内報したんだ。
Oh, yeah, that somebody might have informed Gifu Prefectural Police that you asked Matsuoka to perform an analysis for you.
バカな。
That's ridiculous.
そんな人私には。
Yeah, no, I know, but I think if you actually look at the people that are preventing the drug analysis, well, not preventing, but, you know, scared and, you know, reporting it, you are going to get very close to the true killer. True killer? Well, yeah, mountain dogs are killers, but the perpetrator is a better word. Yeah, no, there's definitely a person who knows about both the existence of this drug and the fact that she asked Matsuoka to analyse it. Yes. Yeah, no, I know she did her best to keep the secret watertight, but there was still a hole in an unexpected place. By the way, why hasn't Hanada contacted her yet?
でもどうして松岡君は相馬さんのお名前を？
Oh, but why did Matsuoka could give them your name, Soma-san?
私が依頼したのに。
That is actually quite odd, yeah.
決まってるだろ。お前を守るためだ。
Oh. But the only thing is I don't understand why if they were trying to protect Tomoe, they would, you know, try and report somebody. He's from NRIPS. Maybe it's because this person actually really hated NRIPS, which would imply that they are a police officer.
依頼主の名を正直に話してみる。どうなる？
Oh, maybe she could have been in a lot of trouble. If you told them the truth, that you were the one who made the request, what do you think would have happened? Oh. Indeed, it wasn't hard to imagine, it was completely obvious. The Gihu and Aichi Prefectural Police Departments have always had an antagonistic rivalry, so they've never gotten along. Oh, that's really inconvenient, God. Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. So if people that, you know, already view her as an enemy, seeing her making drug analysis requests without actually asking the people that are ranked higher, yeah, that's understandable that could really have a bad impact. In particular, the higher-ups in Osawa station saw as an enemy, and Deputy Chief Hatta had also got unfavourable reviews of her. Given the circumstances, what would happen if they found out Tomoe had sent a request without following formal procedures? Yeah, without following formal procedures, that's key. There was no need to even think about it. Yeah. So Matsuoka made a quick decision to prevent Tomoe from being persecuted. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah. Interesting, so I wonder why word actually got out that Matsuoka was doing this drug analysis. I wonder who was actually leaked it and Yeah, so somebody's leaked it to somebody else. I wonder who. The thing that's really quite bad about this, I mean, this is the Gifu Prefectural Police, I mean, or Sawa Station, I think. Yeah, or Sawa Station, that's, I'm assuming, a place in Gifu. I don't know though. But yeah, that's probably, she's been rejected, right. Now that's really interesting that, yeah. That's really, really nice that Matsuoka, when in trouble, didn't give Tomoe's name. Tomoe slammed her fist down on the palm of her. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Oh, with that, yeah. Wait, hold up, I just need to say something. Okay, right. Right. Yeah, okay. It's fine, yeah, good. Thinking about all the trouble she caused for Matsuoka and everybody else. Yeah, oh my god, no, I know, no amount of apology would be enough. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, shit, man. I mean, obviously this investigation is fucking important, but she really, really needs to be careful. You know, she... Yeah, I'm terribly sorry for putting this on Matsuoka. Yeah, and you too, Soma-san. Of course, you so much trouble. Oh, yeah, I really, really like that. She's done so much to be able to get the truth, so why not go and find it? Yeah, if you really feel that way, then go out there and uncover the truth. Do you expect me? Yeah, what more than that can you do? Oh yeah, I love that. The fact that, you know, Soma has actually forgiven him. Oh yeah, and he's motivated as well. Totally brilliant. Tomoe caught her breath when she saw the strong gaze in Soma's eyes. Yeah, his expression was silently rebuking her, telling her not to bother. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Listen, Nina. Oh yeah, I think that's really quite nice. Yeah, we don't need your apology. Oh my god. No matter how harsh the punishment may be, it would just mean less squandering our money for the next 3 months or so. Yeah. God, that's actually really quite surprising. I mean, I thought my impression was that Soma had just got into a little bit of trouble when people from up high have been a little bit upset about him, you know, not having contacted them before making the analysis, but no, they're actually going to get like potential budget cuts. God, he's going to be in a lot of trouble for something he didn't even do, but at the same time, this guy is really, really selfless. He is willing to endure this just so Tomoe can actually... Yeah, yes. You have a duty to always be aware of that. Soma-san. Absolute justice does not exist in this world. No, actually, yeah.
通したくても通しきれるもんじゃなくなる。
The deeper you dig, the more it becomes cluttered by beliefs enticed of other people. Even if you pursue it, you won't make it through. That's just like saying it's impossible to be a perfect person. You can't be. This is so good though. I think Tomoe really needs this confidence because, yeah, now she's not really going to feel completely screwed by the fact that she's actually, you know, inconvenienced Matsuoka and, you know, Soma as well. But no matter how slim the odds are, I want to believe in it. Oh, yes, I like this, yeah. Sensation that we're fighting evil and delivering justice here. Good. Yeah, Matsuoka lightly feels the same way. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's really quite good that, you know, he is so willing to support Tomoe. I actually received the facts from Matsuoka a little while ago with some partially complete drug analysis data. Right, taking some shortcuts based on those results, I might be able to put together a report by tomorrow evening. Leave the rest to me. Right. Oh god, that's interesting, yeah. God, you can really just tell how important this person is if Tomoe literally has to salute him. Fucking hell. I mean, that is just a sign that this person is so high up. The fact that Tomoe is actually, you know, the fact that this person is in so much support of Tomoe is really quite surprising just because of how high he is. But yeah, policing is policing, I suppose, at the end of the day. Tomoe gave a nod and a salute, then turned around and headed down the hallway. Soma shrugged his shoulders and smiled as he watched her back. Oh yeah, fair, I've got to mix up with some outrageous people. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. So, that's so funny. So Tomoe, with her determination, she's so determined that, you know, she can literally stop Soma from, you know, well, not really interrogating, but getting mad at her for, you know, this obvious, really quite bad, you know, abuse of authority, really. Guess tonight's going to be an all-nighter. Soma muttered that to himself as he returned to the lab. He wasn't feeling tired at all, though. In fact, he felt a clear sense of fulfillment for the first time in a long while. Interesting. Oh, I wonder where we're going to be. Minae-san. Oh, Minae-san. There you are. That's actually really quite funny though. Tomoe's responsible for Soma taking an all-nighter. Instant rage to her. That's so good that he has Soma's support as well. I mean, my god, that was such a risky move of Matsuoka doing what he did, you know. blaming everything on Soma. I mean, my god, he could have. I mean, anybody would normally feel really, really mad, but obviously this is, you know, they all have the same goal, ultimately, to solve cases and to deliver justice, and they're all so motivated that they don't really care. It's really quite surprising. I mean, nice art. There you are. Oh, Hujita. Interesting that Hanada isn't there. I'm really suspicious of Hanada, I can't lie. Out of breath, Hujita burst into the First Investigation Division's office and didn't bother with a greeting as he rushed towards Tomoe. Right, emergency, who was sitting in her old seat as assistant director. A day had passed since Tomoe had returned Ryugu Reina to Hinamizawa. Alright. Ooh, on that day, Hujita had returned home after a long overdue absence. Oh, but when Tomoe contacted him and informed him that someone had sent over drug analysis results, he quickly came back to the Kakuzu station. Yeah, definitely. That's really quite brutal. So the second, you know, Fujita is allowed a break, he has to go back in. Oh, I told him he could wait until tomorrow. Oh yeah, the fact that he's doing all-nighters. Oh, his wife was going to be upset again. Oh no. And I mean, oh my god, do you remember what happened in Tokihogushi? You know, the massive fight that, you know, Fujita constantly staying up to do loads of long work shifts had actually made her think, you know, she was having a fling with, for example, Tomoe. I don't know. While still sympathising with Fujita's wife, she secretly felt thankful that, that he placed a higher priority on his duties. I mean, fair enough, yeah. And she lamented her own shallowness for doubting him when she first heard the story from Yamaoki. Which story? Or maybe it could just be... No, maybe it's just about the moles. Oh, wait. No. It was the story about, you know, Fujita actually going to Yamaoki just because of how concerned he is for, you know, not only Tomoe's sleep, but also because this investigation will be fucking difficult, and she's just setting too unrealistic expectations, basically. It's alright here, go ahead and read it. Ooh, as Tomoe said that, she handed him a bundle of copy documents that were sent over via fax. Since Fujita had no background in pharmacy, he was skimming it with a look on his face, like all the technical terms were going over his head. Yeah. Oh god, grade AA hazard. I'd assume that could potentially be really, really bad, but terms in there like unauthorised, yeah, and grade AA hazard were enough to make him raise his head looking astonished. Hold on. What kind of medical institution would be handing out drugs like this? What the fuck is in this drug? Oh my god. Okay, to think that this drug is so bad that he's actually concerned about who the fuck would be handing out something like this, that really, really shows that this drug has dodgy origins. Oh, now that's interesting. Seems it was being conducted as part of a clinical trial. But based on what Natsumi-san told me, it was done without the patient's consent.
正直目を
I
疑
even
った
doubted my eyes when I first saw that. What? Wait, hang on a second. So that's really interesting. So obviously, EDA clinic here. I think this is a drug that the EDA clinic is developing that should have a resistance to the Hinamizawa syndrome. By the way, if they find out who's actually responsible for making this drug, the investigation may be over. That is just how unlikely it could be. How extraordinary it would be. The result, even the analysis results of the drug Natsumi was taking were beyond Tomoe's expectations. What? Someone stated that it had clear benefits for treating mental illness, but the main issues were the two items Fujita just focused on it. Yeah, unlicensed, and it was unlicensed and a grade A hazard. The latter in particular makes it makes it subject to narcotics control laws, which are even more strict. Oh my god, yeah, which are even more strict than pharmaceutical welfare laws. Violators will most certainly be charged and sentenced up to 10 years in prison. They find the origin of this drug. The people that make it are fucked. Even medical personnel need to go through rigorous examination and procedures to obtain the necessary license to handle it. No, the only thing is this is the Alphabet Project. It's so fucking secretive what they're doing. So it's not something a general hospital has the authority to prescribe to normal patients.
それにしてもこの薬がそこまで危険と判断されるのは
At any rate, what factors make this drug so dangerous?
危険な成分が含まれていることはわかるんですが
I realize that the component ingredients are so hazardous, but god, so they're hazardous ingredients that have actually made the drug. God, I mean, why would it be dangerous? But at the same time, it's just really quite surprising hearing that confirmed. Interesting that it does treat mental illness, but at the same time, a fucking grade A hazard, AA even, like a double AA, like a double A battery. God, 10 years though. At the worst case scenario, I mean, fucking hell. That really is quite something. Now, it's interesting that, you know, not a general hospital has prescribed it. I wonder who has prescribed it.
脳や神経系には情報伝達を司るシナプス細胞ってのがあるんだけど、その能力を向上させる効果を持った成分があの薬にあったそうなの。
There are synaptic cells in the body that control transmission between the brain and nervous system, and it seems this drug has a component that improves the efficacy of that ability. But hang on a second, does that mean that there's more electric signals that are being, you know, transported into the brain? So as a result, like, you know, visual nervous system impacted means potential, I don't know, hallucinations, for example, bugs crawling around in your skin. Could that be a product of
そ
that?
れによって一時的に思考の情報処理速度が上がり、服用した人物の精神状態を整理させることができる。
Interesting. But what if they're taking it in a really, really bad time? I'd assume that if you're trying to improve your mental state, then this would be really quite good. But what if you're in, for example, what if your other personality is winning over? Now this explains why the other personality, why the other personality wants the drug to be taken, because then, you know, speed of information processing in the brain becomes faster, more space and room to allocate to, you know, the other personality growing.
Oh, 早い話がこの薬を飲むと誰でも即席の成人君子にな
Long
れる
story short, anybody taking this medicine will become an instant saint. It's interesting. That is weird. Oh, right. Yeah, fair enough actually. Most causes of human stress occur when emotional thoughts can't be processed properly. For example, when they have to accept the unintended consequences of their action. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, such as setbacks, discord or conflicts with others. Naturally, people begin to feel bewilderment and regret. Yeah, fair. And when they're forced to sort out and deal with those suppressed negative emotions, they begin to feel lost and suffer anxiety. That's stress. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, obviously, you have loads of stress in your life. I mean, who doesn't? But, yeah, it's just really interesting. A lot of people have stress, but only a few, well, not only a few, quite a lot of people, but still, a really low portion of those people actually know what's caused by it. Sorry, what causes it even? Yeah, so there's just bewilderment, regret, a failure to accept what has actually happened and that you've done this. Yeah, and that ability to process, that inability to process the emotion would make them unable to actually, sort the emotions out. Interesting. So why is this drug bad? I mean, harmful components, obviously, but yeah, the stress is usually relieved when a solution is found and eventually disappears. For example, by diverting your attention towards some other activity like exercise or watching TV. Or by organising your thoughts through conversations with your family, friends or lovers where you look back on your troubles. Yeah, it's interesting that, yeah. Because you can't, I suppose, organise it, yeah, because looking back and actually looking, what is the cause of this and why has it happened? Actually processing the reasons and obviously the consequences in a more sort of analytical standpoint as opposed to, just more of a sort of regrettable standpoint. I suppose, yeah, fair. Aside from that, worries can be settled as time moves on. Yeah. And when you forcibly process diluted information left in memory and reflect on it in hindsight. In doing so, most worries can be eliminated before they get any worse. Yeah. Yes, I'd assume because you're so worried, and you're constantly dwelling on this subject, you are unable to process it because you're looking at the worst impact of it. But if you're really quite worried but it could also be that because of that, you having so much exposure to that thought will make it so you can, I don't know, just come to terms with it, really. However, I don't know, people can end up developing negative thoughts and emotions as a result of their accumulating emotional distress. Yeah, and find themselves unable to see a way out. Yeah, true. If the person has no hobbies they can distract themselves with to turn their mood around, nobody to talk things over with, and ultimately nowhere to leave the problem behind. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they're still trapped in their shell. In a broad sense, their mental state can be described as depression. Yeah, and most of the mental illnesses in the world originate from that source. That's interesting, that. Yeah, fair enough. The means to medically resolve that mental state is often through medical counselling to assist the patient, with unravelling their stagnant thoughts, or alternatively to administer drugs with active components that improved neurotransmission capacity. So the patient themselves can resolve their mental problems. I'm actually really quite surprised that this improves the mental problems. I mean, God, it really is quite weird. Because I would have thought that if you have increased neurotransmission, then you have more energy you have more power to process problems, sure, but you also have more power to, make the bad things worse, really. Because you're going to constantly have more train of thought that would contemplate those really bad things.
要するに患者の思考能力を上げてその頭の中に溜まった悩みを一気に押し流させる。
So basically, it means enhancing the patient's cognitive ability, so the accumulated anxiety in their head can be swept away all at once. Yeah.
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
だけど一番の問題はこの薬に抗精神伝達系の成分が多量に含まれていることなの。
But the biggest problem is that this drug contains a significant quantity of mental transmission inhibiting
これのせい
agents.
でせっかく処理されたはずの精神情報が思考内にとどまってしまい、理性で制御できる以上の情報量が本人の心に蓄積されてしまう。
God. As a result, mental information they should be able to process and move on from instead lingers in their thoughts, and an amount of information beyond what can be controlled by reason accumulates in the patient. God, that's awful. So, yeah. That's just so weird. It really, really is. But yeah, that is fair enough. It's just so surprising that chemicals are, the main cause of this. I mean, chemicals are the reason you think like you do in situations like these. It's just so odd. But at the same time, though, this is really quite surprising. I mean, yeah, so no matter how much good this drug is actually intending to, give, there's always going to be, it's always just going to be those really, really bad thoughts that are lingering. And I think this really shows why, what's her name, Lena, has actually failed to, contemplate, for example, all of the things that she's done in, 1982 in Ibaraki. Maybe it's just simply because of this. Hmm.
それってどういうことなんです
What
か？
does that mean?
人間の理性ってのは時代劇でいうところの関
Human
所。
reasoning acts like a checkpoint you see in historical drama.
悩みに関係する
嘘
あらゆる要因をもとに構築された感情と思考が常識や道徳に従
Oh
う
yeah, yeah,
正し
definitely,
いか
yeah.
正しくないかそれを判断して実際に発言や行動を修正する役割を果たすの。
Are the thoughts and feelings arising from their worries right or wrong according to common sense and morals? Reasoning plays a key role in judging their statements and actions and correcting them accordingly.
だけどその関所で封鎖できる以上の情報量が来たら
Oh, interesting. So does this mental drug basically increase the neurotransmission capability so much that the brain is processing too much because of its increased speed, and as a result it's processing information even though it's for a good cause to improve mental health? It's processing it so fast that it's in a really, really bad and unhealthy manner.
感情に理性が打ち負かされるってことですか？
Now that is interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so surprising though, because this would really fit with Natsumi.
乱暴な例えだけど実際にはそう
Yeah,
いう
it's a
こ
crude
と。
analogy, but essentially, yeah.
おまけに
Oh.
薬の組成式を見ると抗興奮系の成分まで
But I would have
含
thought
ま
if
れ
they
ているみたい
contain
ね。
anti-stimulants, then I don't know. Well, I'm just judging from the word itself, but you would have thought if you had loads of, if you just had a war going on in your mind because of, something that's really bad, and you're having emotions overpower reasoning because of, just blocks in blocks in sort of transmission. Yeah, lingered mental information that should be able to be processed, but it isn't at all.
これは感情の激発を鎮静化する働きがある一方、認識力に混乱が生じて妄想と現実の区別がつかなくなる副作用があるわ。
What? Though this has the effect of calming the subject's outbursts of emotions, it also has the side effect of disrupting cognitive function and making it harder to distinguish illusions from reality. That is so surprising. Seriously. Oh my god, so Natsumi and Aina, they have been taking... And Satoko, they've potentially been taking this. I mean, to be fair, we don't know. No, why would Aina and Natsumi have this drug? I really wonder if it is something from the clinic, or maybe it's something else. Who knows? No, but the only thing is about Natsumi, we know that, drugs were delivered to her house every month since June, since the gas disaster. That's so surprising. In other words, no matter what outlandish results their thoughts and feelings may lead to, they can subconsciously... Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, that's awful. Yes, you can just... If you entirely interpret your emotions as something that completely denies their validity, then... Yeah. You're never going to learn anything. It's not created from some crafty or cunning idea to justify themselves and avoid accepting any guilt. That thought process happens automatically and forcefully. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, even if they want to accept guilt, then if they've taken this drug, then are they really going to be able to? It's just so interesting that it, really speeds up neurotransmission, but at the same time you have just things that are left, memories that are left in your brain that will always linger on and will just stop, that block up, parts of it. It's really quite weird. Thus, even when the time comes to take responsibility, oh yeah, the subject doesn't realise they've committed a crime at all. Yep, Natsumi. Yep. So often deliberation can take time, can be time consuming, and the results can become controversial even after a conclusion is reached. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, because with these, it's really quite interesting that the fact that this drug actually has anti-stimulants, and they cause yeah, it's just so weird. Like, could you imagine thinking something, anti-stimulants are there, so you just entirely interpret what you thought and what you've done as, a dream. Yeah.
か聞けば聞くほどにとんでもない薬ですね。
Understandable, yeah. The more I hear about this medicine, the more ridiculous it sounds.
善人でも悪人に変えてしまえる、まさに悪魔の薬ですか。
Can in theory, yeah. This is the devil's medicine. To be honest, I don't really think... I think if you were taking this medicine... Let me just... So, get the most mentally okay person. Well, they wouldn't need to take it because this is for depression. Get a person that's depressed but is actually a really good person in reality. So you have more thoughts flowing. You have blocking your biggest worries. Obviously your worries will become worse. And then the anti-stimulus will make it so that any sort of rational thing you come to is completely, I don't know, just completely halted, and it's not even seen as real sometimes. And also the fact that, what was the thing that makes emotion completely be guided by reason? You actually have to have that emotion firstly, for example, a split personality. Oh right, so what was it? The thing with a complicated name. Mental transmission inhibiting agents, yeah. So they also prevent reason to be contemplated with rationality.
まして安易に感情の安定を得られるってのが危険性を増しているわね。
Also, quickly reaching emotional stability presents another danger. Yeah, if you're really, really mentally ill and then you just reach emotional stability like that, then yeah,
その
weird.
薬を飲めば楽になれるというのは常習へとつながる最も自然な欲求。
Taking medicine like that can naturally cause you to develop an addiction.
ある意味で麻薬みたいなも
Yeah, I
の
mean, fair enough. Yeah, in that sense, it's more like a narcotic. That's so surprising. God. Now, the only thing is, if you quickly reach emotional stability because of a drug, then you're just going to think, I want more, I want more. Whenever you feel upset, if nobody tells you the boundaries, or if nobody knows the boundaries, and if obviously the clinic won't tell you because takano, yeah, that's going to be really, really bad. Because you won't know the dangers of constantly taking them. You'll just think that this is your key to... It's just like taking the easy way out, taking the medicine. Normally, negative emotions like anger, hatred and resentment can be controlled by reason. Yeah, definitely. But depending on a person's personality and the environment they were raised in, there are people out there who can't effectively control their emotions. Yeah, definitely. And from the components of the drug, it can be inferred that the problem is their propensity to snap in an emotional explosion that can't be suppressed. Yeah, that's interesting. In that case, it's something that should be corrected through education and interaction with friends. Oh yeah, definitely, but yeah, it can't. If when this is manifested, the two of them would likely have taken this fast-acting drug to achieve mental stability. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's really quite interesting. We see a lot of people. We see, for example, Rena, Shion. Rena and Shion are probably the most significant, but Shion doesn't take the medicine, so I don't really know. Well, we don't know that, to be fair, but still. Well, we know Rena does, so yeah. However, the stronger the clinical effects, the greater the degree of yeah. the greater the degree of dependence and subsequent withdrawal symptoms. The so-called sudden emotional outbursts that are suppressed while taking the medication are immediately increased when the drug wears off. Oh god, so there is a total dependence to this drug. I mean, obviously there's the addiction just because of it being seen as, you know, the easy way out, but also this is bad, man, like properly. So it's interesting, the more the drug is taken, the more dependence the victims feel of it. In that moment, they feel elevated to... Yeah! In that moment, they feel elevated levels of paranoia, the urge to cause destruction, and otherwise extreme ways of thinking. That is interesting. In other words, that temporary explosion of emotion presents an elevated risk in... Yeah, unexpected behaviour. That seriously is evil. I mean, the thing is, if they have no exposure to the medicine for just a day, they could potentially, you know, become really paranoid, murder people, want to cause destruction and havoc.
その効用は強すぎるため、日本国内では確実に劇薬対象になると相馬さんは書いている。
And to think people who have really bad mental problems have actually been taking this drug. I mean, for example, Nena. I mean, she has been taking this drug for so fucking long. Well, she doesn't take it anymore, but like she's been taking it so much. Yeah, Soma-san writes that its effects are far too strong, so it should be classified as a dangerous drug across all of Japan.
Oh
god, so this drug has not just been in Japan, it's been in other places as well. It seems it's even been banned in the West because it caused multiple deaths. God. Oh yeah, definitely. Moreover, the developing self-loathing can evoke self-harm. Yeah, but I think this clears up a lot. Tomoe recalled the scene immediately before she was attacked by Natsumi in the park, when she just stared at her with her cool eyes and scratched at her throat. Tomoe quivered just remembering it. Oh my god, understandable. I mean, seeing a girl that you know is so nice, just, you know, so warped, so twisted, and so contradictory to how you thought. I mean, that must have been terrifying. Just take the nicest person and then make them a deranged murderer, basically. One of the nicest people you've ever met, and then make them that, and then you get something bloody terrifying. If she hadn't realised what was going on there and left Natsumi alone, yeah, no, fair enough, yeah, she probably wouldn't have survived. Yep. And she commended her own intuition for noticing that she was scathing her throat even from that distance. Yeah. That's interesting, I didn't actually realise that. So, Tomoe actually notices Natsumi when she is doing, you know, she is scratching her throat. God, that is just so surprising to think that Tomoe is the only reason that Natsumi survived. And even though her life nearly ended, she still survived. I mean, Tomoe's life, you know, Tomoe and Natsumi somehow survived it. Yeah, maybe that too? Ah. Yeah, could you imagine if... Ooh, yeah. Tomoe suddenly thought of something. It was about the deceased nurse, Hinano Yoko, who was suspected of killing someone with our core hair. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, in that incident, Hinano seemed to commit suicide in resignation while surrounded by Honjo and other detectives from Ibaraki Prefectural Police. Yeah, no, I agree, yeah. This could have potentially been caused by that drug. No, the only thing is it wasn't caused by this drug. It wasn't caused by this drug because it was dissolved in the wine. Or maybe it could have been. Maybe it could have just been, you know, at the bottom of the wine so that when she drinks it, it would just go into her without it being able to be seen. But what if... Yeah, but what if that was a similar case of self-harm? And what if somebody deliberately gave her... Yep, that's a brilliant point. Oh my god, she is really, really getting into it now. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that is not a mysterious death or suicide. It's murder. The evidence of that was the drug-like component found in her stomach. Oh, that's interesting. The evidence of that was the drug-like component found in her stomach. They suggested it may have been sleeping pills or motion sickness medication, but she didn't understand the details of the analysis. But what if somebody had administered the drug to the nurse? Yeah, and intentionally caused her to go out of control, which is exactly what happened. Yeah. Oh, she's brilliant. She really is. The probability seemed high. Yeah, she'd have to review the cause of death and autopsy charts again, but if that's the case, then who did it? And what on earth for? This is the bad thing. You can find out the how, but these things are going to be so fucking hard to find. I mean, the Mountain Dogs are literally secret units. But tracing Natsumi and then back to Hinamizawa, that is a very good start. And their clinic. So what are you planning to do, Minai-san? Huh? Oh. Interesting that he thinks that, but I don't agree. I don't think it's obvious, but it could be Lowell. What? The report states that the medication's composition is very similar to Lowell Inc.'s trademark drug, Placid. So if we organise a raid there, then... No good. Oh yeah, fair enough. They don't have nearly enough evidence to be able to do something so serious to an organisation that is that big. Like, if they raid this organisation without, you know, without a sufficient and loads, more than enough evidence, then they are going to be screwed. Interesting that, though. God, that's so weird that the drug is really similar to Placid. That really is odd. This could maybe be one of the, you know, do you remember Nomada? Nomada actually, you know, doing a little bit of a branch company. And, no, sorry, trying to leech off, Placid's, you know, results, really just trying to copy the recipe nearly entirely, but, you know, obviously leave it a little bit different so that nobody suspects a different colour as well. But, yeah. Could you imagine from that? From the drug that Nomada was actually talking to, you know, some guy really high up about. I think it was the Ministry of Health and Welfare, actually. No, I'm not entirely sure, but like, still, it's a very high up man. And yeah, that could potentially be the one she's responsible for. Oh my god, could you imagine if Nomada is responsible for all of this? God. That really would be quite something. Tomoe, yeah, interesting that. I mean, you would never really see Tomoe disrupt things, but yeah, obviously this is urgent, so of course you would. Tomoe immediately shot down Fujita's proposal. This is the first thing. Oh, right. Yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind for her too. But as long as the drug isn't licensed in Japan, Lower Wing can simply deny that it was brought into the country, and it would end at that. Yeah, it was brought into the country without their consent. Even though they own the medicine, they can't control the logistics of it. That's the people's fault that actually have the drug. For example, I don't know, like the patients or people who have bought the drug in bulk. Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
それに、ゴグラの大学病院に強制捜査をかけるには、裁判所と同時に厚生省の許可も必要となる。
fucking high. At the same time, though, I think, you know, analysing the composition of this drug would not be a bad start, and giving those results to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. But if this is the drug that Nomada was involved in the creation of, then he may be in approval of it. I don't know. Well, hang on, it wasn't the Ministry of Health and Welfare. It was just a corrupt politician from some place. I don't know, but it wasn't that person. No. No, this would be fine. What I just said. I'd hope. God.
その際に今回の薬の情報が伝われば、麻
Oh
薬
yeah,
取締
definitely.
官
Yeah,
事
yeah,
務
yeah.
所
But if information on this drug makes it to
黙って
the
いないわよ。
Narcotics Control Office, then NCO won't take it
下
quietly.
手をすればこっちの捜査活動に何かと横やりを入れてくるかもしれ
Oh
ない。
God, if we do something wrong, it could turn this entire investigation sideways.
マトリと警察の仲の悪さは昔から有名だものね。
You have got to be kidding me. Why is everything as difficult as possible in this investigation? Shit, that's bad.
だったらなおさら
Yeah, fair enough actually. Yeah, then all the more
大事
reason
な
to
の
do
は
something.
この薬が危険なことじゃない。
The important thing isn't simply that this medication is
こ
dangerous.
の危険を一体誰が
Yes,
どうや
yes,
って
yes.
持ち込んだかなのよ。
The drugs effects, they're very important, but at the same time, the people who actually started bringing those drugs, yep, that is important. By the way, it's really quite interesting that Natsumi, you know, she falls asleep and she feels very, very tired whenever she actually takes this drug. I think that's just because of her brain processing information so quickly that it genuinely makes her tired, and it's really hard for her to actually keep up with it. So she falls asleep as a result. Interesting.
「ローウェル社か、あるいはその関連企業が
Yeah.
国内への持ち込みに関わっていたという
There's strong
有力な
evidence that
証拠
Lowell
が
Wing or somebody affiliated with them brought it into the country.
以前のローウェル事件のこと、あなたも少しは知っているでしょう。
You know a little bit about the previous Lowell incident, don't you? Oh right, Uzita didn't know it as well as Tomoe, but he was familiar with the case. At the time. Oh my fucking god, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that was interesting. I remember that. The military drug that was attempted to be created with the intent of, you know, just removing fear. Like one of the most deadly weapons on the battlefield, really. I mean, yeah, at the time they learned that the human experiments were being conducted, but in the end, the higher-ups in the company couldn't be arrested. Yeah, because it wasn't actually done in Japan. That's the only reason they weren't arrested. Then it would be necessary to determine who inherited Lower Wing or its know-how. Yes, definitely, yeah, and find out how they may be connected to this hospital. Yeah, good one.
一体どうすれば
Then what on earth can we do?
この薬を持ち
Yes,
込んだ
yes, I
黒
agree.
幕がいるはずよ。
Yeah. At any rate, there must be some mastermind behind bringing this medicine
それ
here.
を探し出すのが先。
It's the first thing we need to determine. I agree, yeah.
そのための参考人を今捜査本部が全力を挙げて洗っているところよ。
Investigation HQ is currently doing their best to scrub for the material witness related to that. Oh. Interesting. God, it's such a fucking awful company, Lowell. It really is. I mean, human experiments. Giving a drug to people without their knowledge and, you know, just so they can be experimented on. I mean, my God, could you imagine being really, really weak and then, you know, being given a drug that isn't even, you know, fully reliable without even being told as well?
What's wrong,
What's wrong, Fujita-kun?
まだ
Still can't believe it.
俺はそのことを信じられないんですが
Fujita let out a despondent cry and bit his lip. The material witness Tomoe referred to was the dead What? What? What the fuck? The material witness Tomoe referred to was the detective from Kakuyoshi Station who had recently gone missing. Hanada Shiro. What? How the genuine fuck? In fact, he was at a loss of words when Tomoe told him that his direct superior Yamamura and even Yamaoki had lost all contact with him. Fujita even shouted on the spot in agitation, "You bastard, I'll keep..." I mean, my God, fair enough, yeah. Oh God, no, I know, that's awful. He was so scattered that Tomoe had a hard time calming him down. So could you imagine if there was no suspicion behind Hanada? Why did he lie to Nena though? It makes genuinely no sense. But maybe Nena was on the drug, maybe he didn't lie. That he said something to Nena about Natsumi's death and, you know, announced that she had died and she hadn't cared whatsoever. That could be likely. Oh my God. I am so surprised that Hanada has disappeared. It's either the mountain dogs, they've kidnapped him, because if you remember Tomoe in that, you know, very same service station area, parked their car there. No, they weren't the mountain dogs, they were the White Cabinet Office and they were political agents. They were Syro, they weren't the mountain dogs. No, they're completely different people, but the White Cabinet agents or the mountain dogs, oh my God, there are so many culprits. No, sorry, potential perpetrators even. White Cabinet Office could potentially do it as well as the mountain dogs. They're both equally surrounded in motive, really. Mountain dogs obviously because it may expose their research and you know, what are they? The White Cabinet Office because, you know, this investigation is intruding on potentially really bad political exposure from Tokyo. I mean, countrywide corruption, if this case actually goes, like, so many consequences. She found out about it when she contacted Kakuyoshi Station after finishing up with Yuki Udaino's counselling at NREPS. Yeah! What? What the fuck? That was when Tomoe first learned that the police car she was riding exploded at the Kakuyoshi service area. What?
爆破
That is so fucking weird. It fully depends. Okay. Firstly, Hanada may not have been there, or he's either the one that did the explosion, or maybe the mountain dogs were the people that actually planted gasoline within his car. Because we saw this. I don't think Tomoe actually saw Lena there. Wait, no, actually, maybe she could have. Oh no, because now this is even worse, because you can't trust Tomoe as hallucination. Tomoe as hallucinating, but you also can't trust that it is a hallucination or not, just because of the fact that the drug, you know, could have potentially caused Lena to be acting like that. Wait, hang on a second, no, she stopped taking pharmaceuticals. No, that was a hallucination. She stopped taking pharmaceuticals after she came to Hinamizawa. Yeah, that was a hallucination, that's gotta be. So I think this is the mountain dogs. I think she hallucinated the act of the mountain dogs when she saw Lena. If Hanada is alive, then, yep. People are getting incriminated, let's be honest. They're making really, really good progress. Even if Hanada is alive, are they really going to be able to find the mountain dogs without firstly being killed themselves and secondly, I don't know, just anything else really? Anything else deadly happening? God. Fucking kill yourself. That is so surprising. That really is. Right, I think if this doesn't leave us on a cliffhanger, then I don't know what does. Oh my god, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, I am excited to read this tomorrow. Oh my god. Yeah, this plot really, really is getting its true source now. Oh my god, man, that was so fun today. Oh my god. The stuff about Rena was absolutely brilliant. Some of the most moving and brilliant voice acting I think I've ever seen in Higurashi. And also all the stuff about the, you know, psychology and all the stuff about... So firstly, the mystery getting so deep that even with our previous knowledge of Hinamizawa syndrome, we have no clue on what the truth is. That's brilliant. Oh my god, the story is so confusing. I love it. And also, I love, you know, Tomoe's investigation. I found that very interesting. And also just everything regarding, what was I going to say? Well, obviously, everything regarding the drugs, but like also, what's actually going to be, impacted, how these things are going to, you know, shape the future. Hanada, I really wonder what the fuck has happened to him, whether he's actually been killed or he has been, you know, or if he's genuinely disappeared. If he's genuinely disappeared, then that is bad. Yeah, it was really quite nice seeing Shido as, no, not Shido, that's Hanada's name, what am I thinking? Sorry, Soma as well, that was quite nice seeing him. Yeah. And is there anything else I want to comment on? Oh my god, just Rena, Tomoe's conversation with Rena, oh my god, I love that, you know, she just firstly was so freaked out about Rena, but now she is actually really, really calm. It's interesting how she was so freaked out, and that really really characterised the way she treated her, but now she feels the opposite. Oh, it was so good, this. It really was. So yeah, I'm really quite excited to read more. I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed now. I really hope you guys enjoyed this because, oh my fucking god, I did. Yeah, Miotsukushi Ura. I mean, to be honest, I thought the story, it was good at first, but it wasn't as good as some of the other ones because I just kind of felt that the only thing it focused on was just, you know, friendship and these people, for example, Natsumi, and yeah, that's it really, sort of Natsumi and her friends helping her. And people just trying to motivate her. I mean, obviously, there were loads of causes and loads of themes around the motivation, like, for example, Natsumi and Tomoe's chats, but still, I just kind of felt that that was one of the only themes, and it had a kind of lack of variety. But now, oh my god, now it's becoming brilliant. Absolutely absurdly good. Oh, I'm excited to read this tomorrow, because I'm not going to lie, I think that scene with Fidena, you know, about Nagisa, that has got to be one of the most emotional and, you know, just well-made scenes I've ever seen. I mean, my god, that was brilliant. Seriously was. Right, I'm going to go to bed now. Hope you guys enjoyed. See ya.